Nowadays, if somebody calls you up and they know somebody or they are themselves a victim of a sexual crime, what's the first thing you would say to them to recommend? What do you do?
Well, if it's someone that is just disclosing, we recommend that it's so important to be there for that person, to not pepper them with questions, just to be there and let them know that you are there to listen, ask them how you can help them, and refer them to a crisis counselor, or, of course, if it's just happened, ask them if they can go to the hospital with you and have a sex crimes kit conducted, because that's so critical to get evidence. We had DNA evidence in my case, thank goodness, and that's what ended up solving the case. We found the perpetrator, and he was attacking other women. So we are not a crisis organization. We come into play when survivors are at a point where they'd like to do more. Once I learned about this crime, I wanted to do more. And so I found my voice, and I've been sharing my story for so many years now. And now we have 72 survivors that have gone through our Survivor Speak workshop, and they're the ones that are in the schools in age-appropriate language, sharing their story, and then talking about the things that we could all do to create a safer world.
That's amazing that you have 72 people, because I'm sure, in fact, I know personally that there are people that graduated your program who take that information with them, do not want to speak to others about it, but it helps their own personal healing. You're saying you have 72, members of the Jane Doe No More Army out there. That's pretty great. That's wonderful.
Yes. And, everyone is at a different stage in their healing. Some are more active than others, but we have our core team of lead speakers who have been trained and go out into the community, go out into the schools, and we're being so well received. And what's really astounding, but not surprising to me, is that when we are in the schools or in the community setting, more often than not, far more often than not, after we speak, someone will disclose, and often for the very first time. And I cannot tell you how many people suffer in silence with, being a victim of this horrific crime and not knowing what to do with that knowledge, afraid to come forward for fear that they will not be believed.
100%. And a lot of times they're not believed. It's not an unreasonable, irrational fear. I know.
Oh, it is a very reasonable fear. And Lisa, I wish I could say that we've made wonderful progress. We have a lot of work to do. There's still so many stigmas attached to this. But I started Jane Doe No More as a story of hope, because I had so many obstacles thrown in front of me. And here I was, an adult with a wonderful husband, family, faith, and I found it so difficult to navigate. I could not imagine if someone was younger how they would get through it, and that's why I had to do something.
Well, not only that, you're very beautiful. You have white skin. Let's just be realistic about this. And you're more likely, statistically speaking, to be believed than people who do not come with your race, your beauty, and your eloquence. And so you're very empathetic, but you're a very empathetic person. But that's the truth. You're very empathetic. So you're saying to yourself, if this could happen to me, and I know that I have certain privileges bestowed on me by society, luck, etc., that other people are going to have it even worse than I do, right? It's true.
Exactly. Yeah. It's so true. And that underscores why over 70% of people never report. And you know what happens then?
Wow.
They suffer all their life with this trauma, and the perpetrator wins and goes on to offend again and take power and control over other victims.
And you know how it plays out. And you know how it plays out, Donna? I'm going to tell you, and I'm not going to name the person in my family, but it's a close family member, and I'll just leave it at that. But I have a close family member who, when she was, I guess, in her 50s or 60s, it started to come up that she had been kind of mauled when she was a young secretary. And, hands under the skirt by her boss and stuff like that. And And it really traumatized her to the point that when she got married, and she was a young woman of a certain generation, she really had a lot of problems having any kind of healthy, normal sexual life. And
Sure.
And it's not something that, you'd ever broadcast on the newspaper or even like speak casually to a friend about. It's only something that she could talk about in retrospect after having been married and had children and raised children. In other words, it wasn't even anything while it was going on that she could even discuss or really digest. But that was like a real impact, right? A real impact.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
This type of trauma has a lifelong effect, and it's cyclical. Sometimes you might be doing really well, but something could trigger it. It could be a scent. It could be a sound. You just don't know. And the post-traumatic stress could be exacerbated by the way we are treated. And it's just so important to understand trauma more. And so many people will report to doctors with ailments. And if you truly drill down, it could stem from being a victim of a sexual crime.
The mind-body connection. And, I'm doing all these hearings all the time in psych hospitals. And very often they are accompanied by these terribly traumatic histories. And men and women, incidentally, terribly traumatic histories of abuse and neglect.
Oh, yes. And I do want to
stuff.
mention that part of our 72-person team, it includes men, because certainly, and most of them were boys when they were abused by someone in authority.
Yes. So we're chatting with Donna Palumbo. So I see this. I see how it plays out. Some people believe it's a triggering aspect of schizophrenia, certainly a triggering aspect of deep depression. And it's layered. And so basically the victimizing doesn't go away with the incident itself. That's the issue. It really does not. As bad as the issue is, it doesn't go away. So you leave a scar. Sure. So Donna Palumbo, once again, you want to raise money with respect to this Birdies situation, this Travelers Championship, because Travelers is giving over and above what you would give as a donor. They're adding another 15% to Jane Doe No More.
That is absolutely correct. And you can do that through June 28th. Just go to our website, janedonomore.org, and you can make your donation. Also, I just wanted to mention we have a fun event coming up September 14th. Our annual golf tournament. It's our 19th annual, and registration is going to be open next week. So also you can check that out on our website, janedonomore.org.
Fantastic. All right, you have a great Memorial Day weekend, Donna Palumbo. Always a pleasure and really a privilege to speak with you. Thank you so much for coming on here.
Likewise, Lisa, and I wish everyone a safe, long weekend. Take good care.
Take good care.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny through this afternoon with a high in the middle 60s. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. And rain arrives by midday and early afternoon tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's May 22nd. On this date in 1980, the arcade game Pac-Man is released. In 1992, Johnny Carson made his final appearance as the host of The Tonight Show.
And so it has come to this. I can only tell you that it has been an honor and a privilege to come into your homes all these years and entertain you. I bid you a very heartfelt good night.
In 2005, Thurl Ravenscroft died at the age of 91. He's remembered for two voices.
They're great!
And this one.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a hero.
May 22nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is stepping down as the head of the country's spy agencies. In a resignation letter posted to social media, Gabbard says it's because her husband was recently diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer and faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. President Trump confirming her departure on social media, saying Gabbard's done an incredible job. Her last day will be June 30th. As one government official departs, another one begins their term.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
Kevin Warsh being sworn in as the next chairman of the Federal Reserve, saying this at the White House ceremony.
While I'm not naive about the challenges we face, I believe, Mr. President, these years can bring unmatched prosperity that will raise living standards for Americans from all walks of life. And the Fed has something to do with it.
President Trump often clashed with the outgoing Fed Chair Jerome Powell over the rate at which Powell chose to lower interest rates. Powell is staying on at the Fed as a governor. 7 Ebola experts are now being sent from Atlanta to Central Africa to help contain the outbreak of the virus there, which is now suspected to have killed more than 175 people in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. However, says the CDC's Dr. Satish Pillai,
currently, the risk to the United States remains low because Ebola is spread through direct contact with body fluids and because the United States has a strong public health monitoring, infection control, and healthcare preparedness system in place.
It's going to be a busy next few days on the nation's roadways as about 45 million Americans are expected to travel more than 50 miles from home for the Memorial Day holiday this weekend, the unofficial kickoff of summer. You're listening to ABC News.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
British police are looking for more witnesses to come forward as they seek to broaden their investigation into former Prince Andrew over his alleged connections to Jeffrey Epstein. ABC's Marcus Moore is in London.
In their update, British police said that their investigation into former Prince Andrew is a complex investigation. Their latest statement includes a call for witnesses to come forward, and it explains that they've been in touch with the lawyer for one woman who said that she was trafficked to Andrew at his home in Royal Lodge back in 2010. She has not officially brought this claim to police, though, so it's not part of the ongoing investigation. In today's statement, though, police said that if she wishes to report this to police, it will be taken seriously and handled with care.
Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer, but it won't feel that way for much of the country as several states brace for wet weather over the next few days.
It's going to be really rainy along the Gulf Coast. We also have some severe storm forecasts in parts of Oklahoma, but there's also some flood watches in southern Ohio, like Cincinnati, northern Kentucky, too. That's for today. If you're traveling these roads, you will run into pockets of storms and showers.
ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z. A 7-year-old boy has become the world's youngest person to ever climb El Capitan, the world's largest monolith. Joey Evermore takes over the record from his brother Sam, who made the climb when he was 8 years old and was also on hand to assist Joey in this expedition. Joey's full name is Joey Danger Evermore, so yes, his middle name is quite literally Danger. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
A Bridgeport man has been found guilty of 9 charges for posing as a delivery driver. A jury handed down a guilty verdict on Tuesday for 30-year-old Shane Gordon, and sentencing is set for August 26th. Prosecutors say Gordon and another man pretended to be Amazon delivery drivers, carrying a package to a resident's front door, and then forced their way into the home, duct taping the victim and ransacking the property. A jury found Gordon guilty of home invasion, robbery, kidnapping, assault, larceny, and theft of a firearm, among other charges. He failed to appear for the verdict and will be held on bond once he is apprehended before sentencing. 4 people tied to a Shelton medical clinic are facing Medicaid fraud charges. David Waltzer of East Haven, Aid Atala of Middlebury, Terry Shosik of Seymour, and Kimberly Chozak were all arrested on charges of larceny, health insurance fraud, and violation of license requirements. They all either owned or worked at Advanced Pain and Regenerative Medical Solution Corporation in Shelton. The State Division of Criminal Justice claims the group submitted more than 4,000 fraudulent immunotherapy service claims that paid out more than $650,000. They are all set to appear in court on May 29th and could face 40-year prison sentences if convicted. And Governor Ned Lamont has announced that he is directing all U.S. and state flags in Connecticut lowered to half-staff from sunrise until noon on Monday, May 25th, in observance of Memorial Day, to honor and mourn all military personnel who have died while serving the U.S. Armed Forces. As is customary and unique for this holiday, flags are lowered in the morning and then raised to full staff promptly at noon, where they remain for the remainder of the day. Governor Lamont also announced that the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge, which carries I-95 across the Quinnipiac River in New Haven, and the parking structure at the Stamford Transportation Center will be illuminated in red, white, and blue lights each night this holiday weekend. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow ride all the way around today. 95 northbound, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt might save you a couple of minutes on Route 8 northbound. You're all bunched up coming off the Route 25 split going up to the Merritt Parkway. No accident reported. And in New Haven, very busy through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. 84 eastbound side, more volume delays into the Super 7 and going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering clean-ins, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Max Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow, cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, I mentioned this yesterday because I kind of knew it would happen here because we saw it happen with some of the majority Democrats' leadership in Hartford, and now it's been continued by Governor Ned Lamont. First of all, how are you? Happy Friday as we head into the Memorial Day weekend. That coming up, more on that later on in the show. Now, Governor Ned Lamont is chiming in to a rate increase request from Eversource. So a bunch of you folks perhaps listening to me now or looking at starting on July 1 of next year, not this year, July 1 of next year, an 11% rate increase. I thought I saw something last night where that would peg out to about $20-something a month for the average Eversource customer, whatever kilowatt hours a month you use, something like 700 is the basic customer. So we're looking at about $20-something a year, $20-something a month, I'm sorry, $200 to $300 a year. I'll get the exact dollar figures on that. But, well, surprise, surprise, surprise on this one, too. And the governor pretty much using the same script as Bob Duff did and some other leadership people did, Martin Looney. And again, look, I'm not saying people can't be upset at rate hikes. I mean, obviously, who wants to pay more when you can pay less? Perish the thought. And you can, or pay what you're paying. But this story here in the Hartford Courant, and I think you know where I'm going here. Governor Lamont noted that Eversource, which operates in 3 states, reported a $1.7 billion profit last year. And again, ding, 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 Governor Ned Lamont also taking aim at... Now, look, before I do this next sentence, if you want to criticize the company's profits and ask openly, well, geez, wait a minute. They say they need all this money for vegetation management and upgrades to its capital projects and everything. All right. But, geez, they made $1.69 billion in profits last year. That wasn't their gross. That was their net. Net after taxes, net after profits, whatever. So if you want to criticize that, I guess you can, right? But, again, here we go with how much the boss makes. Lamont also took aim at the company's CEO, Joseph Nolan, saying Nolan, took home $13,500,000 in salary and benefits last year, an increase of 19%. The governor said, quote, to summarize what's happening here, one of the most profitable utility companies in America, all right, I'll give him that, whose CEO earns 94 times the average worker and walks away with $60 million if the company is sold, is asking Connecticut families to dig deeper to help out their own bottom line. Lamont said this in a letter, apparently, that he issued on this. Now, again, I ask you, who cares how much the boss makes? And when progressives and other people line up against CEO salaries, you do understand that these compensation packages are named and negotiated with the CEO and usually the board of directors, right? Isn't that how this works? So I don't quite understand what the problem is here. If Mr. Nolan or any other CEO, if they come to an agreement with a board of directors that, hey, this will be my yearly outlay in cash. This is what you have to pay me in actual dollars and cents. This will be what I would like per year in stock options, and I can exercise those when I want, or, whatever. You've got to give me a time frame. And if there are any performance bonuses, let's outline that too. So the way I understand it here, and I'm not going to attain any CEO stature here before I get called home to eternal rest. I can pretty much guarantee that. The most I understand here is that these things are negotiated. So if people like Ned Lamont, if people like Bob Duff, if people like Martin Looney are upset here, why don't they ever call out the board of directors or the boards of directors of these companies? But again, they call out the guy or the gal, the CEO or the CFO, whatever, who comes to an agreement with this company or whatever company, or comes to an agreement with the board of directors and says, okay, we're good on this? Yeah, we're good. So you'll give me what I want? Yeah, we'll do it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Simple question I want to start off with today. Talker text, and people are already piling on this one on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do any CEO salaries ever bother you? Look, as long as the guy or the gal is not going in there literally and or figuratively with a gun to somebody's head, and they come to a gentleman's or a gentlewoman's or a person's agreement, whatever, with the board of directors, who go out there and look for the best bosses to lead their companies and come up with strategies and ways to make things work here. I don't understand the problem here. I don't. So, and again, I'm not taking Eversource's side in this. I'm not. I don't take Eversource's side. I wouldn't take Avangrid's side. I wouldn't take UI's side. No, I'm just sitting here wondering, what's everybody so mad about when CEOs get paid a lot of money? Which, hello, ding, 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 CEOs generally make a boatload of money. Do any CEO salaries bother you? Now, I'm not looking for an answer on the specific salary, but these big CEO salaries, they're big because he or she is the CEO. That's the way it works. And they're hired for their vision for the company, or maybe something that'll drive into the ground. I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow ride all the way around today. 95 northbound, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt might save you a couple of minutes on Route 8 northbound. You're all bunched up coming off the Route 25 split going up to the Merritt Parkway. No accident reported. And in New Haven, very busy through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. 84 eastbound side, more volume delays into the Super 7 and going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering clean-ins, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This year marks 100 years of broadcasting for WICC. Thank you, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Boys and girls, grandma and grandpa, all the ships at sea from November of 1926 coming up to November here of 2026. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talking about CEO pay, boss pay, the governor firing back, I guess, in a letter to Eversource. Eversource, we found out earlier in the week, wants an about 11% pay increase. Now, rate increase, rather. Now, if they say 11, that means they figure they'll get 8 or 9, depending upon what Pura allows them. Because they have to allow them something. Well, I guess they don't have to, but I guess they're sitting there going, all right, what are we going to give them here? Because as Eversource correctly points out, they haven't had a rate increase in since across-the-board increase in 2017 or 2018. And they say, listen, there's inflation. There's stuff we have to pay for. There are all these costs and everything. Now, the governor points out, well, wait a minute. Eversource made about $1.7 billion in profit last year. That wasn't their gross. That was their net profit last year. Now, again, it's a publicly held company, so you've got a fiduciary responsibility to investors here. I get it. But the governor said this, to summarize what's happening here, one of the most profitable utility companies in America, whose CEO earns 94 times the average worker and walks away with $60 million if the company is sold, is asking Connecticut families to dig deeper into their bottom line. Now, a spokeswoman at Eversource, Jamie Ratliff, said earlier in the week that the company's rate increase request would not include any additional money to pay the salaries of the company's chief executive officer, president, or chief financial officer. In response to what Ned Lamont said Thursday, Ratliff said he and other politicians were attempting to sensationalize, and that's in air quotes, quote unquote, sensationalize claims about the company's salaries, which she said have little impact on customer rates. And listen, that's true. Do you think the how much does this guy make? $13.5 million in a company that's worth how many billions? And a lot of that is stock options, too. You think that even moves the meter? Ratliff said in a statement, constant attempts to politicize energy policy and trade on charge rhetoric around electric rates do not serve the interests of customers, nor does it do anything to solve the pressing energy issues facing our state and region. She continued, quote, even if our CEO and other executives worked for free, customer bills would be the same and energy affordability would still be a prevalent conversation in New England as energy supply constraints continue to drive the most volatile and largest part of consumer electric bills. And listen, and let me just say this up front, because, listen, I would say that I have no stock in Eversource, right? But this old kind of progressive thing about going against CEO salaries, I don't understand. What does it ever? Well, now it's done to make people angry. I get it. I understand it. But man, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, of course, the basic human anger response is going to be, well, the hell with him. He should work free. Or he should, he should have his compensation tied to the company's profitability or the performance of the company, which some CEOs do. But like I said, I'm not trying to blow my own horn here and say what an even-handed guy I am, because I'm pretty much not sometimes. But having said that, who cares what a CEO makes? Even if it's 30, 40, 50, $100 million, if you're involved with a company that's worth billions, that's couch change. But see, there's something else at work here. And I think you know what it is. But there is something else at work here. Part of it's an election year, but again, it's something I talk about all the time. But listen, maybe there are people like a person who just texted me in here, we'll go to that text momentarily, thinking that I'm not looking at it from all the angles here, and they do make an interesting point. We'll go to that text, come back with your thoughts and more at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow ride all the way around today. 95 northbound, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt might save you a couple of minutes on Route 8 northbound. You're all bunched up coming off the Route 25 split going up to the Merritt Parkway. No accident reported. And in New Haven, very busy through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. 84 eastbound side, more volume delays into the Super 7 and going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering clean-ins, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Match Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU. And mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The pay of the big bosses, the bigger boss of the company there, or whatever company, not just Eversource here, but any company you want to think of. And yes, sometimes you look on TV or digitally or here on the radio, here on WICC, so-and-so, either locally or nationally, just got this big CEO job and they're paying them, how many $1 million, whatever. And you say, well, okay, the board of directors agreed to it, so they must see something in him or her or them or they, whatever pronouns they use. But here's a question. I want to pick this up on the side of news with ABC and Chris here. When you criticize CEO pay, does that mean you have nothing else? When you criticize the boss, do you know anything else about the business?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Tulsi Gabbard has announced that at the end of June, she'll step down as the Director of National Intelligence. In a statement, she says she wants to spend more time with her husband, who was recently diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer.
Clearly, there's a personal component to this, but the backdrop of this is that her resignation comes as there's been mounting scrutiny over the war in Iran, and it's been no secret that Gabbard and President Trump have some ideological differences when it comes to foreign policy.
ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. Kevin Warsh has now officially been sworn in as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. He takes over from Jerome Powell, who led the central bank since 2018. The World Health Organization says the Ebola risk in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is now very high, and the Centers for Disease Control is now sending 7 medical experts to that region to help contain the growing outbreak there. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former Hartford police officer Joseph Magnano is expected to plead not guilty to manslaughter charges. The revelation comes after attorney Patrick Tomasiewicz spoke exclusively with WFSB Channel 3. Magnano was charged earlier this month for shooting and killing 55-year-old Stephen Jones in February as he was armed with a knife during a mental health crisis. Tomasiewicz says Magnano's defense team believes he gave Jones plenty of opportunities to drop the knife, but was left with no choice but to shoot him, and the Hartford Police Union is backing Magnano in the case. It has drawn national attention, with civil rights attorney Ben Crump representing Jones' family. The Department of Transportation is saying a broken wheel caused a train derailment in Mansfield. The 41-car train carrying liquefied petroleum gas derailed in Mansfield in February near Route 32. Authorities said 13 cars became detached, 10 of them derailed, and some of them rolled onto their sides and landed in the Willimantic River. The report says the rim on the wheel of one of the cars was breaking and dropped low on one of the curves, offsetting the train. The derailment cost about $1.1 million in equipment damage and $300,000 in structure damage. Connecticut is seeing some of the highest levels of emergency room visits for tick bites. According to the CDC, these are the highest levels for this time of year since 2017. Connecticut is part of a 14-state high-risk region that accounts for roughly 90% of all confirmed Lyme disease cases in the U.S., with a couple thousand human cases reported every year. Doctors recommend residents to check for ticks regularly by checking clothes, taking a shower, and examining the whole body right away. Former Republican gubernatorial candidate and New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart could face possible legal scrutiny following an investigation into her use of a city-issued credit card that allegedly uncovered thousands in questionable spending over several years during her tenure in office from 2013 through 2025. Stewart has denied intentional wrongdoing and says she plans to reimburse the city for any improper charges, but former state's attorney Chris Morano told WFSB Channel 3 that repayment alone may not be enough to avoid further action.
In the amount that we're talking about here, I don't think that's going to be enough for law enforcement to say, okay, we're done. If there is evidence to show that she had noticed that she should not behave this way and continued to do so, that will be a very, very destructive piece of evidence for her in showing intent.
Stewart was the front runner for the Republican nomination for governor before the credit card case became public. 3 new names have been added to the Connecticut Law Enforcement Memorial in Meriden. New London Police Sergeant Frank Linehan, who died in 1950. FBI Special Agent Donald Kleber, who died in 2024 from exposure to Ground Zero after the 9/11 attack. And Yale officer Gregory Swantek, who died on the job in 2025, were added to the memorial on Thursday. Law enforcement from around the state gathered for Thursday's ceremony at the memorial. Connecticut drivers are facing higher gas prices heading into the Memorial Day weekend. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Thursday was $4.64. That marks a 1 cent increase over the past week and a 60-cent jump in the past month. Connecticut State Police and the Connecticut Department of Transportation are urging drivers to be safe on the road during Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects 39.1 million people to travel by car this weekend. Connecticut State Police say drivers should see a heavy police presence in high crash areas, including the I-91 to I-95 interchange. And it is the weekend for Memorial Day parades. Orange's parade will be held Sunday at 10:30, and Milford's will also be Sunday at 2. On Monday, the Derby Shelton parade kicks off at 9, as does Westport's parade. Fairfield's parade begins at 10. Also at 10 is Norwalk's parade, and Stratford's parade begins at 12:15. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt might save you a few minutes right now. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound side, a long line of cars up and down the hill going into the West Rock Tunnel. 95 in New Haven. Very busy through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Branford. 84 eastbound side. More volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Madge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, I will freely admit that looking at what some of these CEOs get paid it fascinates me. It does. It doesn't engender any, what would the word be? I'm not jealous of anybody. I try not to be jealous or angry at people. Some of those who may have more than me, because you know what? If they have more than me, they're doing better than me, and that doesn't mean I'm doing bad at all. I love where life has me right now. It's because they made sometimes better decisions than I did or took risks that I was too chicken to take. And only now am I saying, in year 65 of my life, only now am I saying, well, kid, if you screw up, you'll fix it. Don't worry. There'll be people and family members to help. But back then I was walking on eggshells all the time, so maybe I should have done things that these guys and gals are doing to become a CEO. I don't know. But then again, I'm very faithful about where life takes you. And for some reason, I think I was supposed to be here right now. Anyways, we have fun here on a Friday, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So the governor responding to a request that was made public a few days ago by Eversource. And if Eversource gets the entire request, you Eversource customers out there within the sound of my voice, within my not-so-dulcet tones, you'll be ponying up another 11% on your bills, which is going to come out to about $20-something a month or something like that. And that'll be so minimum, if I'm doing the math right in my balding head, That is at least $240 a year more, if the math is correct here. So instead of the governor coming out and saying, something like we have to work for solutions in this situation, we can't keep raising people's costs for electricity because everybody moans and groans about that. And, of course, they talk about affordability or affiliability or something ability out there. I'll get it right. They talk about that, but the governor has, in an election year, and maybe I don't blame him with this, the governor has chosen to, use the same old progressive left line here is, but look what the boss makes. And even if you factor in what the boss makes, it's a drop in the bucket. It's coffee money. It's couch change. He's paying half of that in taxes anyway. Wherever he lives, I don't know whether this guy Nolan's in Massachusetts or in Connecticut or wherever his primary residence is. But my question to you here, and a lot of people are jumping on this on the text platform here and also on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. What do you think? Are you ever bothered by CEO salaries? And you hear that Bernie Sanders, God bless him, but Bernie, oh my God. 2 or 3 times this week, he was complaining about CEO pay. Let me ask you something. Has it worked? No, seriously. I mean, look, a lot of people say, well, these CEOs make too much money. Well, are they making any less money since you started to bitch and moan and complain? And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a creep here, but you know what I mean? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, other people are differing with me on this. And somebody said this. Somebody texted in and said the issue to me, and this is an interesting look at this, I'll admit that. The issue, this person says to me, is the board of directors agrees to the amount and then comes to me, the public, who don't have a choice on who provides me with electricity to pay for it. This person continues, quote, an example of another problem I have that would be in the same vein would be a Board of Education agreeing to pay a superintendent a huge sum of money and then cutting teacher or staff jobs when the public doesn't give us enough fund to fund all the salary agreements they make. All right. This person continues, Eversource is not paying the CEO from their billions in profit. They're asking us to pay for his and all bloated salaries by charging the public more. Again, a public who has no choice, who provides them with electricity. Now, I understand the monopoly angle of this. I do. I really do. But to the thing where, or the notion in these texts, where the public is being forced to pay for some of this. Now, Eversource's spokeswoman came out the other day, spokesperson, I should say, person, woman, whatever. And she basically said that their present-day financial structure and the increase they want is not affected by the salaries of the boss there or his minions there. It says right here, this is, again, this is from Jamie Ratliff, a spokeswoman at Eversource. This is a quote from her. Quote, even if our CEO and other executives work for free, customer bills would be the same. And energy affordability would still be a prevalent conversation in New England. And she tails out there. So they're saying, and they probably knew this salvo was coming from the governor. They're saying, hey, wait a minute. Whether or not we pay this guy $13 million, $5 million, or $0, it doesn't affect our market cap. But does it affect you? Does it make you angry? And not just with Eversource, but, a cable company, a cell phone company, any public utility, natural gas company, electricity, whatever, does it upset you when you see high CEO pay? Or do these guys and gals make the big money because they know what they're doing and they have a mode of thinking that's tough to come by?
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt might save you a few minutes right now. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound side, a long line of cars up and down the hill going into the West Rock Tunnel. 95 in New Haven. Very busy through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Brantford. 84 eastbound side. More volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite drawing games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Madge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And just so you know here, very easy to find on the inner tubes here, the interweb, the company value of Eversource. Now, again, they've got costs, they've got to pay taxes, they've got shareholders to pay, a fiduciary responsibility. Okay, I get that. So the boss at Eversource is being pilloried here because they want a rate increase. And again, of course nobody wants rate increases. We all get that. So the guy makes about $14 million a year. Now, you know what Eversource's company value is? Or what they call the market cap in lingo there? $26.37 billion. So the company is worth $26.37. At the moment, I'm looking at it right now in a real-time tracking here. $26.37 billion. Paying somebody $14 million out of that, as angry as it might get you, is couch change. It's a rounding error. And by the way, Eversource is up today. It's up today. Eversource right now is trading at $70.11. Let's go to Joe in Madison to lead us off today. Joe, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm good, Joe. What's on your mind?
Well, just a little reminiscing. I'm driving east on Route 80 back to Madison because the Connecticut Turnpike is jam-packed.
Yeah.
And the reminiscent is that I used to ride on this road with my father going to Hammonasset from Bridgeport because there was no Connecticut Turnpike. It was only Route 1.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So we've progressed a lot, haven't we?
Yes. Well, that's right. It's 3 o'clock on Getaway Day for Memorial Day weekend, so it was already bad. It was so bad you didn't want to take it.
Exactly, because I was going westbound earlier, and I saw how bad the traffic was already getting an hour and a half ago.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Going back to Eversource.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
BL&P at one time, I believe, was a public utility. And I think the legislature freed them up a little bit so that we could find the best rates. And now we're paying market prices because all of these CEOs go through the same headhunters, and the board of directors all are probably on some of the same headhunter lists, and they all getting the same kind of money. It's a field that's not really competitive.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it reminds me of, Joe, a lot? And you see, first somebody runs a car company, then they run an appliance company, then they run an aerospace company. Joe, it's kind of like, and you said it's a closed kind of network here, it's kind of like coaches in pro sports, whether it's the NFL, the NHL, the NBA, or Major League Baseball managing. Think of how, unless somebody dies, or they just retire, right? Think of how few new names we ever see in those venues. We do hear a name and we say, right, what do we say, Joe? They hired him? I can't, but this guy is still working? He still has a job? So to that point, Joe, I think you're right. Yeah, it probably is somewhat of a closed system.
Right. Hey, Paul, can you answer a question I asked you about a week ago?
Oh, is this about the voting in 2 spots?
Yes.
I have it jotted down here. I got to find the paper. Joe, hang on. I'll get it on the break for you. I've already looked into it. I'll get that on the break, okay?
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, Joe wanted to know, is it legal for a college student to, let's give an example, to be going to Yale or UConn or Quinnipiac or whatever, to vote in a Connecticut election and also in that same election vote in their hometown or home city? I did look that up. I got to find the bookmark here momentarily. Bob in Trumbull is here. Bob, how are you?
Oh, I don't know, Reverend Paul, but you're still on the thing. But I did check the square footage of the house.
Yeah.
It's only 1,600.
Yeah, I was going to say you were saying like 3,000. I'm like, that's a castle you live in. All right, 1,600.
Yeah, it's only 1,600.
But that's a nice size. That's a nice size little house you got there. All right, yeah.
Yeah, but still $983 when I got gas.
Well, yeah, I know.
Okay,
right.
that's it.
Yeah.
Then the other thing on the CEO's pay.
Yeah.
You got to look. What were the total sales for the company?
Exactly.
I mean, what were the total sales?
What if a CEO comes up with an idea, Bob, and it was an idea that nobody thought of, and just because that CEO said, you know what, I used this when I ran a car company. Let's use this when I'm running an appliance company, and sales go up 5 or 8%. Is he not worth it?
Yeah, I bet it is. On that, the amount of money that the sales go up.
Yeah.
I've run the numbers on these things.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Jack Welch.
Yeah, right? Ooh. Yeah, GE, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look what he did. Look at where Sacred Heart is now.
Mm-hmm.
I actually got a diploma from there. Well, I don't know what happened to it. It got wet and got thrown out. But, yeah. But that was a commuter school. Now look at it. It's a huge school.
And Bob, thank you for the call. Company CEOs now are almost on the same spot as, or the same level as Bob mentioned, college presidents in universities. Now, listen, this guy Dolan that runs Eversource, I don't know how good he is. I don't know if he got the job because of connections. I don't know if he did something so revolutionary that the board of directors say, you know what, you're so good, not only are we going to bring you here, but we're going to improve your compensation year by year. Although I would love to be a fly on the wall or some sort of insect on some sort of piece of furniture during these negotiations. Well, is he going to come here? Well, he said he'll come here, but he wants $2 million a year more. Seriously, I'm sure the dynamic is something like a coach in the NFL or the NBA or the WNBA or the NHL or a manager in baseball or even now general managers in these sports. Yeah, the on-the-field guy or gal is still, kind of the CEO, but they're not. The GM is a lot. Traffic and weather together right here as we mosey along Friday heading into the weekend on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt might save you a few minutes right now. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound side, a long line of cars up and down the hill going into the West Rock Tunnel. 95 in New Haven. Very busy through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Brantford. 84 eastbound side. More volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt, love, support hope. Choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Today is the final day of the Voice of Connecticut May Savings Auction. Home improvements, spa services, furniture, all starting at 50% off. $5,000 of outdoor furniture for $2,500. A $9,000 hot tub for $4,000. A wedding package for $50,000, only $1,200. All items from local businesses and all bids start at 50% off. Go to voiceofct.com. Click the May auction banner. That's voiceofct.com. Click the May auction banner. Bid and save.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, to our buddy Joe there, and I looked this up the other day and I forgot to mention it. It's as I thought, and Joe's question was, and we were talking about voter registration here and there and whether or not a college student in the same election cycle can be registered to vote and vote in that same cycle in two different locales, their home state or their home city or town, and then where they're going to college if they're going out of state or in another city or town, but primarily out of state. And the answer is they have to pick one. So, and I was 99% sure, and I gave that a quick look up a few days ago. Yeah, you cannot be a college student and vote in the same election twice. Although, hey, what's wrong with that? No. So anybody who, for example, is an out-of-state student going to Yale or UConn or Quinnipiac or Fairfield or Sacred Heart or whatever, and they choose to vote in Connecticut, they can't vote where they came from, or vice versa. If they're here visiting our fine state, extending themselves into one of the great institutes of higher learning, right? They have to either vote here and not vote home, or not vote here or vote at home. All right, so there you go. No, there is no dual voting here. Even if it's Bridgeport, I'm sorry, I'm kidding. It's a joke. All righty, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Tulsi Gabbard will be the fourth member of President Trump's cabinet to resign over the course of just 3 months. Gabbard says she's stepping down from her position as the Director of National Intelligence, citing her husband's cancer diagnosis. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang says Gabbard had faced mounting scrutiny over the war in Iran.
The timing here is also notable because it comes shortly after Joe Kent, who was the National Counterterrorism Center Director, resigned over the Iran war, and Joe Kent was a close ally of Tulsi Gabbard's.
Gabbard's resignation takes effect on June 30th. Speaking of the conflict in Iran, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in Sweden earlier today, meeting with NATO officials and answering questions about whether there's been any movement towards fully opening the Strait of Hormuz.
We also have to have a plan B. And plan B is, what if Iran refuses to open the straits? What if Iran decides we refuse to open the straits, we're going to own the straits, and we're going to charge tolls for it? Okay, at that point, something has to be done about it.
In New York, officials at LaGuardia Airport are rushing to fix a sinkhole that's led to the closure of 2 runways there. ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports.
The timing really couldn't be worse because this is expected to be one of, if not the busiest Memorial Day travel weekend on record. The TSA is anticipating screening some 18 million passengers before it's all said and done. As for that runway, the goal is to complete those repairs and necessary inspections by at least tomorrow morning so that the runway can reopen well before Monday's travel rush, when, of course, everybody's going to be flying back home.
AAA anticipates around 45 million Americans will travel more than 50 miles from home this Memorial Day, the majority of them by car. We're learning some new details about the death of NASCAR driver Kyle Busch. Newly obtained 911 audio finds the 41-year-old was coughing up blood while at a General Motors facility in North Carolina. He died after a brief hospitalization. You're listening to ABC News.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for by NHTSA.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As the Ebola outbreak grows in Africa, officials in Nebraska are out with an update about the hantavirus. The University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha is currently housing 18 Americans who were on board that Dutch cruise ship that saw an outbreak of that illness. And according to Governor Jim Pillen, things are going well.
We're now at 18. We have a total of 20 rooms. 18 of the 20 rooms are full. And I think that if anybody talks a little bit about the Ebola virus, there's a reason why when in this facility, whenever the day comes that the guests go home, this facility will be wide open for Ebola.
The climber who scaled Mount Everest more than any other person on the planet has a new warning about what's happening on the world's tallest mountain. ABC's Sherry Preston with more.
On Wednesday, a record 274 climbers reached the summit of Mount Everest from Nepal, leading to long, snaking lines of people atop the world's tallest mountain. They're accompanied by Sherpa guides, meaning even more people crowding the peak. One of them, Kami Rita Sherpa, who has summited Everest a record 32 times, most recently this week, says it is too much. He's urging Nepalese officials to limit the number of permits to avoid the inevitable traffic jams that expose climbers to increased hours of harsh weather. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
And Ukraine's military is now pushing back on Russian accusations that it struck a dormitory in the country. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is considering opting into a federal scholarship tax credit program. The plan is part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and allows individuals to donate up to $1,700 to a scholarship granting organization and receive the money back as a federal tax credit. Many Republican-led states have opted in, with Colorado as an early exception, and New York has signaled in early May they are planning to join. Lamont says he thinks it's premature to commit to the plan. He says he is expecting more information about the program to be released in January. The University of Connecticut is planning to reduce the number of graduate teaching positions next year. The university says financial pressure is the main cause of the job cuts. Faculty members say the cuts pose a serious threat to the graduate research mission and quality of undergraduate education. They are asking the administration to restore the graduate teaching assistant funding to 2024 levels in a letter signed by 77 faculty members. Officials in Connecticut say the unemployment rate is up 0.2% to 5%. The Department of Labor says despite the percentage increase, the state added an estimated 5,700 jobs last month, bringing the payrolls to an all-time high of 1.725 million jobs. The sectors reporting the highest job growth were professional and business services, manufacturing, trade, transportation and utilities, and leisure and hospitality. The three sectors that saw the most decline were information, financial activities, and government. The latest rate reflects new graduates entering the workforce for the first time who identify themselves as, quote, looking for work. And it is the weekend for Memorial Day parades. Orange's parade will be held Sunday at 10:30, and Milford's will also be Sunday at 2. On Monday, the Derby Shelton parade kicks off at 9, as does Westport's parade. Fairfield's parade begins at 10. Also at 10 is Norwalk's parade, and Stratford's parade begins at 12:15. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, not much better. Upper Merritt, we do have a stalled vehicle reported approaching the Sikorsky Bridge. And on 95 in Milford, very busy going into West Haven and Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross on the north and southbound sides, all bunched up going to and from the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sale on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Match Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. Hour number 1 in the books, and hour number 2 coming up. Coming up next hour, pundit Red Janke from the Red Line, and in the 5 o'clock hour, going to be talking to an instructor from Quinnipiac University outlining some new victims' rights laws and regulations that are kicking in Connecticut, and that is always good news here. You know, oftentimes where we peel back what the cops can do, we make it sometimes easier for some really bad folks to get out of jail with bail and bonds. It's good that at least sometimes we look up for the families of crime victims and the victims themselves. So we will chat about that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Now, till then, bunch of other stuff coming up here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And listen, I'm not saying if I was in the service area of Eversource, formerly CL&P, if I was in the service area of Avangrid and UI, and they hit me with a rate increase, of course you're going to be upset. To me, the rate increase in the scenario that I'm talking about right now, I'm not talking about the rate increase per se. I'm talking about the criticism now morphing into how much the CEO makes. And this guy, Mr. Nolan, apparently makes best estimates. Now, the total package, which is cash bonuses, and like Governor Lamont said, is like $60 million worth of stock options. He hasn't cashed them in yet. But as far as his cash and stock options and bonuses and stuff that he can exercise or wait on, it's about $13.5 million. Nice. Wish I made that. I can't get over $12 million here with Connoisseur. I'm kidding. But having said that, who cares what the CEO makes? $13.5 million in a company that's worth $26 billion is couch change. And maybe the guy is worth it. And again, I'm not looking at this particularly as a Connecticut versus Eversource problem here. I'm looking at it the way that, the governor is now positioning it. It's us against them. Now, the reason you fire off at the CEO and how much he or she would make, it's because you don't have anything else. That's the problem. You don't have anything else. You don't have a structured, well thought out energy program coming up in the next 5 or 10 or 15 years. Because I do cut the governor a little bit of slack here, because he knows anything he proposes that's other than wind and solar, he's going to get yelled at. So when that's the reality, right, you bitch and moan about how much somebody makes at a private company. And listen, here's the bottom line. And before we go back to the phones here, the only way this is ever going to end, really, the only way this is, there's two ways this ends. Number one, if we go on a massive push over the next 30, 40, 50 years to really crank out more energy here, or you do what other states have done and other municipalities, you literally try to do a hostile takeover of Eversource. And I know it's pie in the sky, but listen, it's been done in other parts of the U.S. here where, the private company got so egregious and people were so upset, they ended up buying everything out, and then you turn the company into a publicly held power utility.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a 3-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that through our Abundant Life program for homeless recovery, residents receive meals, clothing, and counseling to rebuild their lives?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, not much better. Upper Merritt, we do have a stalled vehicle reported approaching the Sikorsky Bridge. And on 95 in Milford, very busy going into West Haven and Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross on the north and southbound sides, all bunched up going to and from the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sale on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Shelton's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
You know, I got a text here from somebody who makes a valid point, and you can do it talk or text at 203-333-9422. This person from Stamford says, hey, Paul, don't hate the player, hate the game. Stop hating on CEOs and Terrence Cheng and get mad at the real culprits that are the problem. Well, yeah, that is what I'm doing here. And I guess maybe I wasn't coming across clear enough. No, listen, I don't hate CEOs. Believe me. I'm not anything personal against a guy from Eversource or any CEO. They sit down and or maybe with their attorneys, and they sit down and they negotiate with, boards of directors of these companies. And the board says, hey, we've done all the vetting. We would like you, sir, or you, madame, to, be our boss. Lead the company with all the knowledge that you have, soaked through in the years. And then you come up with a compensation package. Absolutely. I have consistently said on this program and the other ones I've used, if you're playing by the rules and you can get what you want, more power to you. Go right ahead. Seriously, as long as that's a rule I live by, as long as anything you have in your business life, your personal life, whatever, as long as none of this is ill-gotten gains, I'm good with it. So, no, I do not hate the CEOs at all. I don't really hate the game either, right? You never really hear complaints about, it's crooked the way they hire the CEOs. No. They try to meet the middle once they decide on a CEO or a CFO. And the Terrence Cheng thing, if I was Cheng and I did stuff on my state P card that I wasn't supposed to do, and by some quirk in maybe his contract or whatever, they said, well, listen, here's the thing, Mr. Cheng. We understand that in court, your lawyer could probably argue that you didn't actually break a rule, because I guess this is what they're saying. Some of the rules on this P card stuff were, a little broad enough to where nobody really said that he broke the law, yada, yada, yada. And if somebody came to me and said, well, all right, we won't fire you. We're going to give you a job at which you basically don't do anything, according to what some outlets have said, or you're not doing anything that FOIA will let us look at, then of course you take the money. Of course you take the gig. You'd be dumb not to. So to this person from Stanford, thank you so much, because I just wanted to, it's good that you wrote in here, because I wanted to make sure that you understood that no, in fact, what this person says, the real, get mad at the real culprits. Yeah, and the real culprits are people who, if you want to use the word culprit, I'm not even mad at them. If the whole CEO boss thing was not working out, then you would see the system changed. But by and large, it certainly looks like it's working out for everybody concerned. I mean, even if you're not great, do you ever hear of a CEO being fired? I mean, I talked about, coaches in the NBA and football and the NHL and the WNBA and baseball managers and soccer managers. You don't really hear, I mean, it happens, but you don't really hear about CEOs getting fired or released or their contracts brought out like you do, or bought out, I'm sorry, like you do in pro sports. In fact, look at some seasons in pro sports and some leagues. The NHL does this a lot. The NBA does it a lot. Those contracts are guaranteed. They'll fire somebody. They'll fire a coach or a GM and still have to pay him for 5 or 6 years. That's why I laugh when I hear, and I guess I understand why it's said, but this is why I laugh. I chuckle. Sometimes I guffaw. I'll use a full-on guffaw when I hear about how a coach or a GM in some sport is fired with no notice, and then you have sports talk radio going on for 3 days. Oh my God, he must have been shocked. Yeah, he's shocked, and guess what? If he has years still left on the contract, he gets to go to Acapulco, baby. Because, a lot of these contracts, not so much in football, but in basketball and baseball and hockey, these are guaranteed contracts. The minute you set ink on the page, it doesn't even have to dry, and you have the money. Football's a little different because they have the signing bonus and everything, and what do they do every year? You hear your favorite team, they rework a contract to get it under the salary cap, even if they have to pay the guy for the next 25 years. Bobby Bonilla. But you really don't hear that among CEOs. I'm sure if you Googled recently fired CEOs, they don't use the word fire. Separation. They're going to negotiate. It's like a husband and wife. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, it didn't work out. No, it didn't, because she was slamming the UPS guy. I'm sorry. And he was nailing his secretary. Come on. You've heard it all. Don't get upset at me. So I guess just like a couple who can't keep their hands off somebody else, you do a separation package for CEOs. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Fascinating stuff here. Governor Ned Lamont, very, very un-Ned Lamont-ish. Ned's a rich guy. He probably knows a lot of CEOs. I'm sure he does in his neighborhood, a few miles away from where I am right now. in Greenwich. A lot of CEOs, CFOs, hedge fund guys and gals, company hedge fund guys and gals. So you don't really hear Ned go after somebody like he did, this Mr. Nolan, who runs Eversource, apparently pretty successfully with a company. Now, it's a public utility. It's not like you have real competition. Again, you've got UI service area, which is owned by Avangrid. You've got Eversource's service area, and then you have 10 municipalities. I live in one of them that have their own. They didn't. It's the same wires. They just didn't sell the grid to, back then, CL&P or UI. 20, and again, the governor says, well, look at this CEO makes $13.5 million. Who cares? Governor, come on. This is not you. This is your campaign telling you, sir, Governor, yes, sound like Josh Elliott.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, not much better. Upper Merritt, we do have a stalled vehicle reported approaching the Sikorsky Bridge. And on 95 in Milford, very busy going into West Haven and Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross on the north and southbound sides, all bunched up going to and from the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up right after the news at the bottom of the hour from ABC News at the bottom, and of course Chris Williams with all the state and local stuff. I have a profound question coming up that only hit me a few minutes ago, but it's been one of these questions that I've kind of wondered over the years, and I'll ask you to help me out here, because maybe it's something that you have experience in or with or whatever. But, yeah, we'll do that. All right, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, all right, but you know me by now. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, as we motor in or fly in or walk in or take a bus to or a train to, where you might be going on this Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial kickoff to summer. Of course, summer not happening for another month officially when we get to June the 21st. It's usually around there, the summer solstice, and then the days start getting shorter. What's the longest light? I think on the 21st. I think the sun will set officially at 8:40 or something. It's something like that. All right. And some news out of the White House about daylight saving time. Did you hear about this? The much maligned or supported, depending upon who you are and what line of business you're in, daylight saving time. Mr. Trump may want to do something about that. We'll check on that and more. But no, I want you to be here when we come back from the news, because I have a question that has stumped me for years and years and years. Now we'll ask you fine folks to help me out with that. Okay?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. A judge has now dismissed the federal government's case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia, granting his motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution. Abrego Garcia was brought back to the U.S. last June to face human smuggling charges in Tennessee after being wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Another high-level departure from President Trump's cabinet. This time, it's the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
In her resignation letter, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard shares her husband was recently diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer, saying she's stepping away from public service to be by his side. President Trump reacted on social media, posting in part, quote, "Tulsi has done an incredible job, and we will miss her."
ABC's Christiane Cordero. Gabbard's last day will be June 30th. And the TSA is estimating it will screen some 18 million passengers this weekend as Americans travel for the Memorial Day holiday, which is the unofficial kickoff of the summer season. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
4 people tied to a Shelton medical clinic are facing Medicaid fraud charges. David Waltzer of East Haven, Aid Atala of Middlebury, Terry Shozik of Seymour, and Kimberly Chozak were all arrested on charges of larceny, health insurance fraud, and violation of license requirements. They all either owned or worked at Advanced Pain and Regenerative Medical Solution Corporation in Shelton. The State Division of Criminal Justice claims the group submitted more than 4,000 fraudulent immunotherapy service claims that paid out more than $650,000. They are all set to appear in court on May 29th and could face 40-year prison sentences if convicted. Former Hartford police officer Joseph Magnano is expected to plead not guilty to manslaughter charges. The revolution comes after attorney Patrick Tomasiewicz spoke exclusively to WFSB Channel 3. Magnano was charged earlier this month for shooting and killing 55-year-old Stephen Jones in February as he was armed with a knife during a mental health crisis. Tomasiewicz says Magnano's defense team believes he gave Jones plenty of opportunities to drop the knife, but was left with no choice but to shoot him, and the Hartford Police Union is backing Magnano in the case. It has drawn national attention, with civil rights attorney Ben Crump representing Jones' family. A Bridgeport man has been found guilty of 9 charges for posing as a delivery driver. A jury handed down a guilty verdict on Tuesday for 38-year-old Shane Gordon, and sentencing is set for August 26th. Prosecutors say Gordon and another man pretended to be Amazon delivery drivers, carrying a package to a resident's front door, and then forced their way into the home, duct taping the victim and ransacking the property. A jury found Gordon guilty of home invasion, robbery, kidnapping, assault, larceny, and theft of a firearm, among other charges. He failed to appear for the verdict and will be held on bond once he is apprehended before sentencing. Former Republican gubernatorial candidate and New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart could face possible legal scrutiny following an investigation into her use of a city-issued credit card that allegedly uncovered thousands in questionable spending over several years during her tenure in office from 2013 through 2025. Stewart has denied intentional wrongdoing and says she plans to reimburse the city for any improper charges, but former state's attorney Chris Morano told WFSB Channel 3 that repayment alone may not be enough to avoid further action.
In the amount that we're talking about here, I don't think that's going to be enough for law enforcement to say, okay, we're done. If there is evidence to show that she had noticed that she should not behave this way and continued to do so, that will be a very, very destructive piece of evidence for her in showing intent.
Stewart was the frontrunner for the Republican nomination for governor before the credit card case became public. 3 new names have been added to the Connecticut Law Enforcement Memorial in Meriden. New London Police Sergeant Frank Linehan, who died in 1950, FBI Special Agent Donald Kleber, who died in 2024 from exposure to Ground Zero after the 9/11 attack, and Yale officer Gregory Swantek, who died on the job in 2025, were added to the memorial Thursday. Law enforcement from around the state gathered for Thursday's ceremony at the memorial. Travelers at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport now have another parking option. The airport is now providing a free ADA shuttle to and from the Long Wharf Garage on most days. The garage is about a 10-minute drive from the airport, and parking fees there are $17 per day. Connecticut State Police and the Connecticut Department of Transportation are urging drivers to be safe on the road during Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects 39.1 million people to travel by car this weekend. Connecticut State Police say drivers should see a heavy police presence in high crash areas, including the I-91 to I-95 interchange. Connecticut drivers are facing higher gas prices heading into the Memorial Day weekend. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Thursday was $4.64. That marks a 1 cent increase over the past week and a 60-cent jump in the past month. And Governor Ned Lamont announced that he is directing U.S. and state flags in Connecticut lowered to half staff from sunrise until noon on Monday, May 25th, in observance of Memorial Day to honor and mourn all military personnel who have died while serving the U.S. Armed Forces. As is customary and unique for this holiday, flags are lowered in the morning and then raised to full staff promptly at noon, where they remain for the remainder of the day. Governor Lamont also announced that the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge, which carries I-95 across the Quinnipiac River in New Haven, and the parking structure at the Stamford Transportation Center will be illuminated in red, white, and blue lights each night this holiday weekend. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. New Haven, 95, very busy. North and southbound through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford, 84. Eastbound side, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Fred Janke coming up from the Red Line blog at 4:15. At 5:15, we'll be talking to a Quinnipiac University instructor regarding new measures to help victims' rights here in the state. So that's good news. We'll talk to an expert from Quinnipiac about this. I have a question here that I've wondered about, and maybe there is an acceptable explanation for this. President Trump said, now, let me get into this. You'll see where I'm going here. Mr. Trump, I guess, late yesterday or earlier today, said that he will not be attending his son Don Jr.'s wedding, citing, quote, circumstances pertaining to the government. He says, quote, while I very much wanted to be with my son Don Jr. and the newest member of the Trump family, his soon-to-be wife, circumstances pertaining to government and my love for the U.S. of A. do not allow me to do so, he wrote on Truth Social. He was supposed to go to his golf club in Bedminster this weekend after campaigning with Mike Lawler, but he was changed to stay in Washington, so maybe, I don't know, could there be something with Iran, with Cuba? Is this a bluff or whatever? So, the question I have is this. Now, apparently, the woman who's going to become the next Mrs. Donald Trump Jr. is named Bettina Elizabeth Anderson, born 9 December 1986. She's an American model. Okay. And she is a socialite. She's listed as a model and socialite. She has quite the resume. She's done a lot at 39. She attended a Montessori school, then went to the Palm Beach Day School, lacrosse player there. She went to St. Andrew's School in Boca Raton, played lacrosse there. She founded a hair accessory business while she was at the prep school. She graduated St. Andrews in 2005 and from Columbia University. Not a shabby thing there, despite their love of anti-Semites. In 2009, she has a degree in art history and criticism and conservation. Okay. So my question to this has really nothing to do with the relationship of Don Jr. and this lovely woman. We wish them the best. But how do you define a socialite? And what do you do to prepare you? What do you want to do? I want to be a socialite. It's one of those things that has always fascinated me. So I guess being a socialite, number one, you've got to have acceptable looks, I would think. Number two, you've got to come from, I would imagine, some amount of money. Number three, I guess you would have to go to some chapter and verse of school that is a highly regarded prep school or a secondary school or something like that, one would think. And I'm sure, as it lists here, Bettina Anderson, she's on boards of directors. She's active in philanthropy. She's a model. So, okay, we get it, but does that define socialite? Now, I know what you're saying here. You're saying, well, Paul, geez, you have a computer in front of you. I know, and that's what I'm doing. A socialite is a person of high social standing and significant wealth. There it is. So I guess you can be of high social standing, but if you're broke, you can't be a socialite. Or you can have just the lowest of the low standing, but you got money, who dedicates much of her time to attending fashionable events, charity galas, and exclusive gatherings, rather than traditional employment. I like this AI thing here. Their career relies on networking, social influence, and curating a prominent public interest. So a socialite is, and listen, good luck to the soon-to-be Mr. and Mrs. Donald Trump Jr. And there we go. A socialite is a person of high social standing. I guess I never heard that. What was that country song? Well, I got friends in low places. So if you have friends in low places, is being a socialite then not possible? and significant wealth. So I ask again, I'm pushing the limits on this. Help me out here. Have you ever met a socialite? Did you aspire to be a socialite? Because I've looked at socialites before in the past. I'm like, all right, so they're at this big gala, and maybe they expect you to write a check, and that's nice. And then you take pictures, and then you have midnight cocktails on somebody's boat. Does that ever get boring? I mean, ladies especially. 203-333-9422, right? I mean, if you're a guy, you're like, bring them on. But if you're I'm sorry. It's Friday. What do you want? As we move along right here, no socialite me on WICC.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, June 6th for a very special night, Military Appreciation Night. The first 18,000 guests will receive a red, white, and blue Yankees t-shirt, courtesy of Ford. Don't miss the action and help us salute those who serve. For tickets, visit Yankees.com/tickets. That's Military Appreciation Night on Saturday, June 6th.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. New Haven, 95, very busy. North and southbound through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford, 84. Eastbound side, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow, cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, no socialites here. Not that I wouldn't invite some lovely socialites into the room here with me on the video feed. Hello, all you folks watching on Twitch, twitch.tv, YouTube as well. But no socialites here, neither me nor Chris. Although I could see Chris if there was a can you be a male socialite? That would be the Chris Williams effect there, because Chris, when he walks in the room, he commands the room, doing whatever he does, a multi-talented guy. You should see what this guy does. Now, I'm not going to share stuff. It's not for me to do that. But you talk about people in your life that says, oh, he does this and this. Really? And he does that and this and that. No, you're kidding me. Well, that's Chris Williams. Just so you know. Are you busy at all? Just a shake, a nod of the head or no? Are we busy this weekend, Mr. Williams? Oh, he gave me the Meds on Meds hand. Yeah, okay. Someday we'll tell you all the other stuff Chris does. And you will, not that you don't have a ringing respect for him now. But someday, with his consent, we will talk about all his other, as we say in the business, side gigs. Because, of course, it's good, especially when you're in the radio business. It's good to have multiple revenue streams. just in case. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you have the socialite thing there. So Don Jr. Getting married this weekend. Don Sr. not going to be there, he said, because of a governmental thing. Now, is that a little bit of a tell, as they say, card-playing folks out there? Tell? Is that a little deke? Is that a little head fake? Going left, right, up, down? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I could see him telling his son, hey, listen, Don, look. I'm going to say I can't go because of something with the country. And you just say whatever, and we'll talk later on. Yeah, that's a head fake, I think. Not that we're going to attack somebody on the weekend, but I think it could be a head fake. Could be. Gene from Stratford texts in, hey, Paul, on the subject of the Eversource, the CEO and the salaries of the company, do you have a bearing on the rates? Where does their money come from? 100% ratepayers? Is that the only source of income? If those are lower, do they change to lower rates? No, I'm sure it's in the fine print on the contracts there. If that's what you mean, Gene, the variance in their pay there, I don't think so. Yeah, it's all factored into the cost. Then the profit is added on top of it. It's an interesting point. Well, yeah, I mean, and Gene, thank you, appreciate it. And again, to what the spokesperson said, who somebody said used to be a TV reporter around here. I don't remember, but I'm not doubting that person. Thank you for bringing that up. But the spokesperson, Ms. Ratliff, for Pura, she said this: even if our CEO and other executives worked for free, customer bills would be the same. So, yeah, I mean, these again, I would be outraged at a boss's salary if the salary was 30 or 40 or 50%. I mean, if this guy, instead of taking $13.5 million, was getting paid $135 or $140 million, I would say, well, that's kind of interesting. You know where there's actually a lot more questioning of CEO pay that I think is a good thing rather than, private companies? Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't keep an eye on private companies, but to me, there's much more controversy. If you look at this, regarding the CEOs of some of these charities, I think the site is still up and around. It's one of the best sites out there, Charity Navigator. And they've been up and running now they were one of the first really big popular websites. And Charity Navigator, take a look at that. Because they put, now again, I got to be fair even to them. Because sometimes people get crazy. Oh, look at this. I can't believe that charity is paying their CEO $1 million or $2 million. But I learned from a few people a long time ago that part of the reason charity or nonprofit CEOs get paid so much, it's because of their connections. So you're not in a scenario where you're running a for-profit business. You're in a scenario where you're running a nonprofit, but you've got to get the donor checks to come in from the ding-ding-ding socialites or their husbands or fathers or whatever. And sometimes, again, and there are some questionable CEO salaries of nonprofits and charities, but I was talking to somebody once who was intimately involved in that world, and they told me, they said, yeah, but you look at how much they can bring. It's like college football coaches. Some of these guys are great and they're good X's and O's guy, but again, why? why do big-time college coaches or Danny Hurley, why do these coaches get $7, $8, $9, $10, $12, $15 million? Because essentially they're fundraisers. And if the teams win, for some reason, I know a lot of people say it doesn't make any sense, but if the teams win, the alumni base on Monday morning gets a phone call from somebody, hey, heck of a win. I couldn't believe we did that. And how much do you want? All right, I'll send the check over with my courier today. All right, thank you, sir. And that's it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Tell you what, let's do the break now, and then we'll talk to Rick in Norwalk coming back on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. New Haven, 95, very busy. North and southbound through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford, 84. Eastbound side, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And yes, I was right. Ms. Ratliff used to work, I guess, for NBC 30. Happens a lot. Media people becoming spokespeople. That almost happened to me 3 times in my career. Twice for a couple of politicians and one for a hospital. But did not happen, and all for the good because I'm here with you folks. And I probably would have got bored. And again, these were fine people that, I had nothing against them, but just the way I am. So that's good on her for doing that. Rick in Norwalk. Rick, what's up? How are you?
I'm well, Paul. It's an interesting conversation. I don't know what it is to be the CEO of Eversource. I don't know what's involved.
Yeah.
I mean, as a consumer, I kind of see it as, I don't know, like, the lights come on or the gas comes here. I don't know what decisions are made. You know, but I have worked in businesses where it's really hard to be the CEO.
Yeah.
Usually they're businesses that are failing. Think of retail. If you remember all the retailers, what was that like for those folks?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm a little, but I want to pull something else to you. I had a conversation with my son today, and he's in this camp of there should be no billionaires.
Oh, God.
And nobody turned into billion because and I said, well, Stephen Colbert earns $16 million a year. Is that fair?
Yeah.
The coach of a basketball team or so much. I can't do that job. I'm not Stephen Colbert.
Yeah.
And the money that flows and this, that, and the other thing. So I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on, and back to the nonprofits.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I know someone that works for a nonprofit. You might think it's an easy job.
Oh, no.
And, it's still a hard job. It's a product. You're trying to sell a product, whatever that nonprofit is. And it takes some expertise and some tact. So,
I remember. And Rick, thank you. I do have to run. It's almost news time here. I'll get to the billionaire thing, coming up on the other side. But listen, I remember when he was at the top of the mountain before he retired and went to TV, Nick Saban, the former Alabama head coach. And you can still probably find this. It was a 60 Minutes piece. It was well done. And somebody from 60 Minutes, Steve Croft or Anderson Cooper or somebody, asking the president of the University of Alabama, why do you pay Nick Saban $13, $14 million a year, whatever? And the guy didn't hesitate. He said he's our best fundraiser. And without Coach Saban, we probably don't have that dorm over there, that dorm over there, that library over there, and the University of Alabama Science Center over there.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been dismissed, with a judge saying the federal government's case against him had a vindictive motive. Abrego Garcia had been facing human smuggling charges. He was also wrongfully deported to El Salvador last year and served time at that country's notorious CCOT prison. The Trump administration's so-called anti-weaponization fund is now facing a second federal lawsuit, this time from a coalition of nonprofits and individuals, including a former January 6th prosecutor. They allege the fund bypasses Congress's authority over federal spending. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce says it's not the only place the idea is facing pushback.
Republicans are demanding answers and refusing to approve more funding for the president's immigration crackdown until they get them. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche scrambling to the Hill. For over 2 hours, Blanche getting an earful, Republicans yelling at him. Some of the president's most ardent supporters telling the acting Attorney General that the president's fund will cost them the majority in the upcoming midterms.
Kevin Warsh sworn in today at the White House as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Our mandate at the Fed is to promote price stability and maximum employment. When we pursue those aims with wisdom and clarity, independence and resolve, inflation can be lower, growth stronger.
The World Health Organization is warning that Ebola is spreading rapidly across the Democratic Republic of the Congo, upgrading the national risk there to very high. Dr. Kent Brantley became infected with Ebola during the 2014 outbreak. He spoke with ABC News.
Although we've developed lots of therapeutics and vaccines for Ebola, they've not been targeted at this strain. This is a different strain, the Bundibugyo strain. And so we don't have the usual tools that have been used over the last 10 years or so to fight these outbreaks.
You're listening to ABC News.
Drivers who switch to Progressive could save hundreds just by bundling home and auto insurance, because you can't go wrong saving money. Unless you spend it on a guitar, never learn to play it, but lie and say that you did. Then someone hands you a guitar at a party and asks you to play, so you decide to improvise this.
Well, don't you know that but that's not it. Dreams are fun and also good.
Yep, you can't go wrong bundling and saving money with Progressive. Well, depends on how you spend it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for by NHTSA.
Demonstrations in Havana, Cuba today over the DOJ's decision to indict 94-year-old Raul Castro, one of the leaders of the Cuban Revolution. It comes as the energy crisis in Cuba grows, with a U.S. blockade on fuel to the island nation. Ernesto Soberan Guzman is the Cuban ambassador to the United Nations.
The Cuban people is ready to have a dialogue, but at the same time, the Cuban people is ready to defend our sovereignty, our independence, our territorial integrity. So we are not going to allow no one to tell us what we have to do.
The Pentagon has released dozens of new videos of unidentified anomalous phenomena, incidents the government can't explain. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
More than 50 videos and other documents detailing strange objects in the sky, many of which the military can't explain, released in the second batch of the Pentagon's so-called UFO files. Inside never-before-seen video, all part of over 200 files released so far detailing what the military officially calls Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, or UAP, better known as UFOs, long an object of public fascination.
The Pentagon stresses that there's no evidence that any of the UAPs are extraterrestrial in origin. And the U.S. Geological Survey is now warning the next eruption of the Kilauea volcano could happen over the weekend. The Hawaiian Volcano Observatory says it's showing signs of imminent activity. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut is seeing some of the highest levels of emergency room visits for tick bites. According to the CDC, these are the highest levels for this time of year since 2017. Connecticut is part of a 14-state high-risk region that accounts for roughly 90% of all confirmed Lyme disease cases in the U.S., with a couple thousand human cases reported every year. Doctors recommend residents to check for ticks regularly by checking clothes, taking a shower, and examining the whole body right away. Connecticut drivers are facing higher gas prices heading into the Memorial Day weekend. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Thursday was $4.64. That marks a 1 cent increase over the past week and a 60-cent jump in the past month. Governor Ned Lamont announced that he is directing U.S. and state flags in Connecticut lowered to half-staff from sunrise until noon on Monday, May 25th, in observance of Memorial Day, to honor and mourn all military personnel who have died while serving the U.S. Armed Forces. As is customary and unique for this holiday, flags are lowered in the morning and then raised to full staff promptly at noon, where they remain for the remainder of the day. Governor Lamont also announced that the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge, which carries I-95 across the Quinnipiac River in New Haven, and the parking structure at the Stamford Transportation Center will be illuminated in red, white, and blue lights each night this holiday weekend. And it is the weekend for Memorial Day parades. Orange's parade will be held Sunday at 10:30, and Milford's will also be Sunday at 2. On Monday, the Derby Shelton parade kicks off at 9, as does Westport's parade. Fairfield's parade begins at 10. Also at 10 is Norwalk's parade, and Stratford's parade begins at 12:15. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, a long line of cars starting exit 38 and heading all the way up to the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound side congestion delays plenty through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow, cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And as the great long-departed John McLaughlin used to say, Issue 1 used to be the topic opener on the McLaughlin Group. Remember that? Well, today we did CEO pay is Issue 1. Regarding this Eversource rate increase request. It came down earlier this week. Eversource saying, hey, we haven't really asked for anything substantial since 2017. Our costs are going up. We still have our shareholders to worry about. We have to put in new parts of the grid here. We have to trim vegetation back so you people don't bitch and moan after a storm. That's me saying that. They didn't say that. But you know what I'm talking about here. And look, there's pushback, and I'm sure Eversource says, well, we want 7 or 8%. Let's ask for 11 and see what happens. But Governor Lamont came out, I guess, in a letter later on, might have been yesterday, I think, or early today. I got to see when this was. And again, instead of recognizing that we have to do better with power generation in this state and with the grid and everything, the governor takes off after how much the CEO of Eversource makes. What? What does that have to do with anything? And as the spokesperson for Eversource said, even if our CEO and other executives worked for free, customer bills would be the same. And energy affordability would still be a prevalent conversation in New England. But see, this is not what the leadership in Hartford wants. They don't want to talk about the state's need for what we don't have right now, which is a cogent energy structure. And what is the plan 5 years out, 10 years out, 15 years out? But instead, I guess it's what I call index card politics. Oh, shoot, hold on. Oh, it's over here? Yeah, give me the index card about the CEO pay. Okay. Well, that CEO makes how many times? 94, Governor. 94 times what the average. Of course, the average worker is not going to make anything near what the CEO makes. That's because he or she is ding, 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 the CEO. So I asked this question today as our question of the day right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and voiceofct.com. Pretty basic question here, because I wonder about this stuff. Do CEO salaries ever bother you? Governor Lamont is criticizing the salary of Eversource's boss after that company wants a rate increase. But the governor came out and he's firing on all cylinders a full fusillade or a salvo against how much the CEO makes, which is couch change. It's coffee money in a company worth $28 billion. Chris Williams has gone through some of the responses here. Chris, what do you have for us?
He never criticized before. What changed? That's from Pat. Pardon me. Peter says all of them. Lisa also says all of them, including gas, soda, pharmaceuticals. Corey wants to know if our CEO's salary bothers us when people lose jobs and they continue to receive more and more money. Deborah says, yeah, and he's just figuring out this now. Yes, Lamont's salary bothers me. That's from Barbara. That's rich. That Lamont is criticizing somebody else's earnings. As a public utility, any and all profit should be returned to the company. It should most definitely not be for profit. That is from Kelly. And Karen says, ask him about Annie's salary.
Yeah, but Kelly, with all due respect, it's not a nonprofit. Yes, it's a utility, but they are a publicly held company. I checked the stock price today. They were up about 50 cents today a share, or 40 cents today. So there you go. That dastardly. And by the way, all of these companies, or I shouldn't say all of them, a lot of them, though, were in people's 401ks, retirement plans, or whatever. So listen, a CEO is just like a manager or a coach on a major league level, right? I mean, look at the Mets or the Yankees. You've got teams with $350 million payrolls, $375. And the Mets are worth probably about $3 to $4 billion since Steve Cohen bought them. So you have a $4 billion company, and they're paying Carlos Mendoza what to run the thing? What's he making? $3-4 million a year as manager? So it's all the same thing. All right, Red Janke's standing by from the Red Line. We'll talk about the upcoming campaigns and the dust settling from the nominating convention straight ahead.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut. And it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
It sounds like
It goes
It's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, a long line of cars starting exit 38 and heading all the way up to the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound side congestion delays plenty through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Since 1926, proud to be Connecticut's leader for news and talk for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll get back to open phones and open phone lines and text messages and all that. Coming up, Red Janke joins us. We have Red on from time to time. Name of the blog is The Red Line, red-line.com. Red stuff, as always, cool and great to read. You can find it at theredline.com. It's also bookmarked by our friend Tom Dudchik on the Capitol Report as well, in his other sections as well. Hey, Red, it's Paul again here. How are you? Good afternoon.
Hey, I'm just fine, Paul. Very good to be with you.
Thanks, Red. What now that I think the dust is all settled, there may be a few flakes still out there. Maybe the smoke has finally been extinguished. Give me your thoughts on what you saw come out of the conventions recently for the Democrats and the Republicans. Red, let's start with the Republicans. It looks like there will be no GOP circular firing squad this year.
Yeah, who would have thought? I mean, just days before the convention, Aaron Stewart hit a major road bump. Ryan Fazio came out with 93% of the delegate vote. He's got a clear shot through to November. He will be prosecuting the case against incumbent Ned Lamont. And then I'm just reading, I Googled to find this out. The last time a sitting governor faced a primary, Josh Elliott, Lamont's challenger, wasn't born yet.
Wow.
So this is a complete flip-flop. The thinking had been that Lamont, a two-term governor, would sail through without a primary challenge and would pick apart Republicans, as you just articulated it, involved in a circular firing squad. He would be lobbing RPGs in from the sideline while Republicans shot themselves up. Exactly the opposite is going to happen. Who would have thought? I mean, really, 2.5 weeks ago, it was entirely the opposite outlook.
Mm-hmm. Does this not, Red, illustrate what's going on? Now, look, I think the governor is still going to win, but does this not illustrate, in your mind, because I've said it numerous times here, the Democratic Party, Red, nationally and here in Connecticut, I think to some extent, while there's still going to be D's in front of the name, there's kind of a grand reset, isn't there? I mean, you look at what's going on with Ned Lamont and Josh Elliott, and you look at the first district race, you look at some of these hyper-local races where you have really progressive candidates going against some long-entrenched Democrats in some of these cities. We're in fascinating times, aren't we?
Yes. I think what you're saying could be boiled down to one phrase, which is I think the Democrats have lost their way.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they don't know what and who they stand for.
Mm-hmm.
They have the extreme progressive wing, and then they have the likes of Chuck Schumer, who is living in daily fear of AOC challenging him in a primary.
Yep.
The Democrats just don't know what they stand for.
And I'm fascinated, Red, and I know it's succulent and juicy and easy to go after Donald Trump. And if I was a Democrat, I'd do that. But, Red, on this program, maybe at least a couple of times a day, 5 days a week, I say, where are the policy ideas? We know you hate Donald Trump. Okay, fine. Good for you. If that's your foundation, good. But, Red, am I missing it, or are they just dearth? Is there a dearth of real policy discussions on their side out there?
There are, and I think they're beside themselves with the realization that Donald Trump is doing what the American people want him to do. He's not behaving the way the American people want him to behave. But it was overwhelmingly the vote of the people in the last election that the southern border be sealed and illegal immigration be cut back completely. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump is doing that. Now, he's had some policies that have gone perhaps beyond and to an extreme that make even some Republicans uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I will acknowledge that.
Mm-hmm.
But sealing the border and drastically reducing, if not eliminating, illegal immigration is exactly what the American people want.
And you know, Red, I can't wait, and I've said this on the show numerous times, I cannot wait, because you know what's going to happen. We will be into the 2028 cycle. There will be some debate on some network featuring, we hope, a multitude of Democratic candidates, as the early debates always do. And I would just love to hear some network person say, President Trump has made a policy on the border that even longtime border agents say they haven't seen in 50 years as far as how quiet the border is. Red, I pray to God that one of these questioners says, what do you think of that, and will you continue those southern border Trump-era policies? I can't wait to see the vapor lock they go into.
Yeah, and again, one of the astute things that the president did, and he was, uniquely situated to do it, having had a 4-year interregnum when he was out of office. He's only the second president, and he's the only president who really embraced the opportunity. He had 4 years of experience, then he had 4 years to think about it.
Yeah.
And come back for a second term, and he realized what you need to do is you need to start everything right away, because 4 years is a very short period of time. So insofar as immigration is concerned, having started immediately, what will be the case in 2 to 3 years at the end of his term, and as the next presidential election campaign is underway, the southern border will be very quiet. It will not only be sealed,
yeah,
and the deportations will be over, and it will be a very settled status quo. There will be no horrific scenes such as in Minneapolis.
Yep.
For the Democrats to point to. It will all be a settled matter because he embraced it day one and attacked the issue day one. And by day 1200, whatever it is, 4 years works out to, I'm not going to do the mental math to the last digit. The southern border and the immigration system is going to be in a very, very settled and well-working configuration.
And it'll be, go ahead, finish up, Red.
It won't be controversial.
It
won't be controversial.
Yeah, and my sense is a lot of people still to this day who are in favor of that are being a little on the quiet side. The name of the blog is The Red Line, the-red-line.com. Red Janke has been the guest. Red, appreciate it, and we'll chat again down the road. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Paul. Let me leave one last thought.
Sure.
Vermont's approval ratings are sagging.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that we don't have an opportunity here.
Well,
we being Republicans.
Yeah, we'll see. Red, and 48% last survey, we saw that. Red, be good. Appreciate it, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Red Janke. Check it out. The Red Line with use of hyphens, theredline.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, a long line of cars starting exit 38 and heading all the way up to the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound side congestion delays at Glenny through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You're listening to WICC. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The human smuggling case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which had been brought against him by the Department of Justice, has now been dismissed. A judge granting Abrego Garcia's motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution. He was wrongfully deported to El Salvador last year. Tulsi Gabbard will step down as the Director of National Intelligence at the end of next month.
She says that she is resigning and stepping away from public service because her husband has been diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer. I just want to read to you a portion from her resignation letter. She writes, quote, "My husband Abraham has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. He faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. I cannot in good conscience ask him to face this fight alone while I continue in this demanding and time-consuming position."
ABC's Selena Wang. President Trump writes on social media, Gabbard's done an incredible job. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Officials in Connecticut say the unemployment rate is up 0.2% to 5%. The Department of Labor says despite the percentage increase, the state added an estimated 5,700 jobs last month, bringing the payrolls to an all-time high of 1.725 million jobs. The sectors reporting the highest job growth were professional and business services, manufacturing, trade, transportation and utilities, and leisure and hospitality. The three sectors that saw the most decline were information, financial activities, and government. The latest rate reflects new graduates entering the workforce for the first time who identify themselves as, quote, looking for work. Governor Ned Lamont is considering opting into a federal scholarship tax credit program. The plan is part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and allows individuals to donate up to $1,700 to a scholarship granting organization and receive the money back as a federal tax credit. Many Republican-led states have opted in, with Colorado as an early exception, and New York has signaled in early May that they are planning to join. Lamont says he thinks it's premature to commit to the plan. He says he is expecting more information about the program to be released in January. The University of Connecticut is planning to reduce the number of graduate teaching positions next year. The university says financial pressure is the main cause of the job cuts. Faculty members say the cuts pose a serious threat to the graduate research mission and quality of undergraduate education. They are asking the administration to restore the graduate teaching assistant funding to 2024 levels in a letter signed by 77 faculty members. The Department of Transportation is saying a broken wheel caused a train derailment in Mansfield. The 41-car train carrying liquefied petroleum gas derailed in Mansfield in February near Route 32. Authorities said 13 cars became detached, 10 of them derailed, and some of them rolled onto their sides and landed in the Willimantic River. The report says the rim on the wheel of one of the cars was breaking and dropped low on one of the curves, offsetting the train. The derailment cost about $1.1 million in equipment damage and $300,000 in structure damage. Former Republican gubernatorial candidate and New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart could face possible legal scrutiny following an investigation into her use of a city-issued credit card that allegedly uncovered thousands in questionable spending over several years during her tenure in office from 2013 through 2025. Stewart has denied intentional wrongdoing and says she plans to reimburse the city for any improper charges, but former state's attorney Chris Morano told WFSB Channel 3 that repayment alone may not be enough to avoid further action.
In the amount that we're talking about here, I don't think that's going to be enough for law enforcement to say, okay, we're done. If there is evidence to show that she had notice that she should not behave this way and continue to do so, that will be a very, very destructive piece of evidence for her in showing intent.
Stewart was the frontrunner for the Republican nomination for governor before the credit card case became public. 3 new names have been added to the Connecticut Law Enforcement Memorial in Meriden. New London Police Sergeant Frank Linehan, who died in 1950, FBI Special Agent Donald Kleber, who died in 2024 from exposure to Ground Zero after the 9/11 attack, and Yale officer Gregory Swintek, who died on the job in 2025, were added to the memorial Thursday. Law enforcement from around the state gathered for Thursday's ceremony at the memorial. Connecticut State Police and the Connecticut Department of Transportation are urging drivers to be safe on the road during Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects 39.1 million people to travel by car this weekend. Connecticut State Police say drivers should see a heavy police presence in high crash areas, including the I-91 to I-95 interchange. And travelers at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport now have another parking option. The airport is now providing a free ADA shuttle to and from the Long Wharf Garage on most days. The garage is about a 10-minute drive from the airport, and parking fees there are $17 per day. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross northbound, a long line of cars. Route 34 going through the tunnel. In New Haven on 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf. Northbound, plenty of company coming back through Milford and West Haven. 84 eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown with some brakes along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Get back to open phones momentarily, and also I'll get back to, we had a gentleman who called earlier, Rick in Norwalk, I think it was, wanted to know what the fascination is with billionaires or with hating billionaires by some of the really young up-and-comers in the Democratic Party. Well, I've got some thoughts on that, and we'll get to that momentarily. Now, of course, this Monday is Memorial Day when we honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, losing their lives while serving in this country in any one of our armed forces. And Mike Mastroni is on the phone here. He's the founder of the Connecticut Fallen Heroes Foundation. In an apt time, Mike contacted me over the past few days, said, hey, can I come out and talk about what the organization is doing, who they are, how they're involved in something coming up big in September. So, Mike, good afternoon, sir. Glad you were able to join me. How are you?
I'm doing good, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Tell the folks who may not have heard about your organization, Mike, what is the Connecticut Fallen Heroes Foundation?
Well, it started off in 2005 with the death of a young Trumbull soldier, Private Cheyenne Seymour. She went to school with my daughter. My daughter come home crying. So I rallied the boys at Sikorsky, and I told them, let's do something for them. We're having a softball game anyway at the Seaside Park. So we honored the young 18-year-old soldier. And then it just kind of grew after that. Now, this September 26, 2026, will be up to 90 fallen heroes that we've given portraits, our very own sculpture, and handmade quilts to each of the families. 90.
So you didn't think, Mike, that this would go on past maybe honoring that fallen hero that your daughter was so broken up about? Did you think this was going to be a one and done?
Oh, yeah. I had no idea. I had no idea. But then there was another soldier from Bridgeport that was killed in a house fire down on his base in Shaw Air Base in South Carolina. And I got a hold of the mother, Wanda, and we honored him at our softball game. But then the following year is when the three soldiers were all killed from Connecticut in like 1 week. Medeiros, Johnson, and Pearson.
I remember
Pearson
that.
was a Marine.
Yeah.
Johnson was also a Marine from Enfield. And Nick Medeiros was a private. He got killed from an IED, stepped on. And then of course, 2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 was the Operation Iraqi Freedom, right into Enduring Freedom, and we've honored many of those soldiers that were unfortunately killed over there.
What do you hear, Mike, when you encounter and talk to the families after they tell you about their fallen heroes? You must hear some amazing things from these parents and loved ones when their lost loved one is honored by your folks.
Yeah, I sure do. Well, it's really heartbreaking. It really is. They tell me stories. They show me pictures and how he was killed, and the mailman came over with his helmet, full of tears. But IEDs and small arms, sniper fire, those were the biggest ones back then. But we also got killed on duty. People want to realize that so many soldiers from Connecticut are killed on duty, either in car crashes or some freak accidents.
Yeah.
But you know what? We got something real special this September. We've got a soldier that was killed in World War II from Bridgeport, Connecticut. He was only 19 years old, Sergeant Jack Zarifian. His family lived on Noble Avenue. They matched up the DNA with his sister, who was 96 years old. She's since passed away in 2024.
Yeah.
So I got the nephew with the niece coming in from Rhode Island, and we're going to be honoring the sergeant. He was hit with a missile crossing a field in Germany. They were almost at the end of the war, and they were digging up a highway, I guess, in 2024, and they came across his Harding High School ring.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and they matched it. They have a special group that matches up DNA when they can. There's over 80,000 missing in action still from World War II. A lot of them from the Pacific. You're not going to find them because they were in the Navy. They went to the bottom. It's unfortunate they went to the bottom. But a lot of them are still buried over there, and they were never found. In Netherlands and Belgium, Germany, at the end of the war.
So this will be, and we might as well tell folks about it now, coming up Memorial Day weekend. This way they have plenty of time to plan. Mike, on the 26th of September, September 26th, doors open at 10 a.m. This is the 22nd annual Fallen Heroes Tribute. What's going to happen, and where's this going on?
It goes on at Holiday Hill. At one time, we used to cook for everybody, but then we found it was too much work.
Yeah.
Renting grills and buying hot dogs and hamburgers and cook. We keep everything free.
Okay.
So then Holiday Hill, we just pay them. It's $25 a person.
Okay.
You don't have to make a donation. It's free. You come in, you eat breakfast, you eat lunch, and they come out with a beautiful spread, and everything's free. Then we have a ceremony about 1:30, and State Senator Tony Wan comes every year.
Okay.
He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And we do a little ceremony. We do some singing, and we have a band sometimes, a DJ. But once we hit the ceremony, we speak about the 3 fallen heroes. Sometimes we add veterans in there, but this year we don't. We don't have any veterans that we're going to honor. Just these 3 fallen heroes. Specialist Wayne Gunther was killed on a head-on collision in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, by a mail truck. Yep. And then Sergeant Thomas Ty, 21 years old, from Milford, he was killed on a landing zone in Vietnam when a rotor blade hit him in the head.
Oh, my God. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you know, Connecticut, in Vietnam War, Connecticut's a small state.
Yeah.
612 young men were killed from Connecticut, from Vietnam.
Yeah.
In Operation Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom, it was about 65 or 66, which is enough.
Yeah.
But for a small state, can you imagine how many fallen heroes were from Texas, California,
New York? Oh,
Vietnam?
my God. Oh, my God. So once again, folks, this is coming up at Holiday Hill in Prospect, Saturday, September 26th. The doors open at 10. It's the 22nd annual Fallen Heroes Tribute. For information on this and whatever this group does, the great stuff they do, go to ctfallenheroes.org, ctfallenheroes.org. Mike Mastroni. Mike, thanks. We'll definitely have you on. Remind me before this happens, and we'll have you on to pump it up again, Mike. Thank you.
I will. Thank you for having me. God bless America.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. All right, 45 past the hour. Coming back right here on WICC.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Going into the long Memorial Holiday weekend, stocks went higher again today, with the Dow closing at an all-time high and the S&P extending its winning streak to 8 weeks in a row. The Dow up 294 points to 50,579. S&P up 27 3/4 to 7473. Nasdaq up nearly 51 to 26,343. The market shrugging off a record low in consumer sentiment reported this morning and continuing to focus on earnings and the possibility of a ceasefire between between the U.S. and Iran, leading to a peace agreement. Oil prices slipped on those hopes, but just a bit, 17 cents to $96.18. Interest rates also dropped a little bit as a new chair was sworn in to the Federal Reserve, one Kevin Warsh. The yield on the 10-year note, 4.56%. The dollar slightly higher, gold down $33, and silver down 90 cents on the day. As going into the long weekend, of course, now we look ahead to some new factors that will play in June, which will include an employment report and more on whether or not there's a ceasefire in the Middle East.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy foods, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross northbound, and a long line of cars. Route 34 going through the tunnel. In New Haven on 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf. Northbound, plenty of company coming back through Milford and West Haven. 84 eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown with some brakes along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The place to come for live and local Connecticut talk. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power, you can break rules, you can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws, you can pay people less than what they're worth, but you can't earn that, right?
That's right.
And so you have to create a myth that since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of earning it.
Yeah, whatever that was. Words. Hi, can I have word salad for 500, Alex? Rick from Norwalk had called in earlier saying that I guess one of his kids is of the billionaire not hating, whatever. And he asked me, where does this come from? I'm still trying to figure this out. Now, part of it comes from people like AOC, people like Bernie. By the way, has Bernie Sanders ever met a payroll? Has he ever provided any sort of benefits for anybody? Has he ever broken ground on a building that would employ people up there in Vermont? Has he ever done anything to put more money in people's pockets? I'm just asking. Now, listen, I'm not against people having their opinions on this stuff, but I just get the idea that not the idea is true. If you hear something is bad enough times, you're going to glom onto it. And $1 billion of anything is a lot of money. And I think that sort of criticism ends up coming from people who may not be happy with the job they have or what they're... I mean, I don't know any of these people, what's going on in their heads. But what they see also is a reservoir of untapped tax money. So what makes people glom onto this? I don't know. But the problem is that there's a basic misunderstanding of economics here by a lot of these people. They hear Elon Musk, billions. They hear Bill Gates, billions. They hear Apple, billions. They hear Steve Jobs, the late Steve Jobs, billions. They hear Jeff Bezos, billions. They all think that people are walking around with billions of dollars in cash in the bank, and most of them are not. And there is a basic misunderstanding. I'm sorry, there's a basic misunderstanding of economics. That's one thing going on here, right? There's a basic misunderstanding of economics where there's a basic misunderstanding of total cash on hand versus what the market cap of a company is. And they hear a lot of times, well, Musk is worth, he could be worth $1 trillion now. Oh, God, that's going to make heads explode. But somebody's net worth, and you and I know this, folks. I don't have to repeat this, but in answer to our listeners' questions, I think there's a lack of critical thinking here of people to say, hey, wait a minute. Is this $1 billion in the bank, or is this all their real estate holdings, their property, their intellectual property rights, their investors? I mean, yeah, $1 billion is $1 billion. But there's just an intrinsic misunderstanding of cash on hand versus net worth. And there's an understanding or an idea that, well, if we just tax these people as much as we can, it's going to solve problems. Meantime, how many hundreds of billions of dollars have we spent over decades, eons in the world, to try to eliminate poverty, to try and eliminate sickness, hunger, and famine, to try and get people on level playing fields? And it just doesn't work in places. It just doesn't. So it's going to be interesting heading into now 2026 in November and then 2028. It's going to be interesting to see, in light of that 2024 autopsy that was finally released yesterday, and CNN summarized it, if they can get the younger folks in the Democratic Party, if somebody can sit them down and look them in the eye and say, you got to stop with the bashing billionaires. You have to stop with the, Israeli genocide line, and you have to stop with, from the river to the sea, and you got to stop with the trans this and trans that. Because if you don't, we're going to lose in 2026, and we're also going to lose in 2028.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. The upper Merritt will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross northbound, and a long line of cars. Route 34 going through the tunnel. In New Haven on 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf. Northbound, plenty of company coming back through Milford and West Haven. 84 eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown with some brakes along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty & Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty & Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty & Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And again, there's always been criticism of the uber rich in this country. That goes back to, the revolution up through the early 1800s into the Civil War and all that, and plantation owners and the Industrial Revolution, 1900s into the 2000s, whatever. I mean, that's nothing new. But it's a word, and because $1 billion of anything is a lot. But there's a fundamental lack of understanding of what the phrase a billionaire is. That's not all cash. It's real estate. It's the value of somebody's holdings. Now, there are some people on the left and the progressive left who say, well, okay, even if it's holdings and not cash, they should pay more on those holdings. All right, maybe. But again, it's one of these things that's been glommed onto, and we'll see how it works out in this November and also in November of 2028.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Following her husband's recent diagnosis with bone cancer, Tulsi Gabbard now says she's stepping down as Director of National Intelligence.
In recent months, Gabbard and the Trump administration appeared out of sync, sending mixed messages ahead of the war with Iran. Gabbard is now the fourth cabinet member to leave the administration in 3 months. All have been women. Her last day will be the end of June.
ABC's Christiane Cordero in Washington. The Department of Justice is now vowing to appeal a judge's decision to dismiss its case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Justice Department had charged him with human smuggling, but now a judge says that case was an example of vindictive prosecution. Abrego Garcia was the man who was improperly deported to El Salvador last year. The DOJ also facing a second federal lawsuit now against its proposed anti-weaponization fund. ABC's Peter Haralambous has that story.
The Department of Justice's attempt to launch an anti-weaponization fund has sparked accusations of self-dealing and a bipartisan uproar over the possible use of taxpayer money to pay rioters who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. In a new lawsuit filed Friday, a coalition of nonprofits alleged the fund bypassed Congress's authority over federal spending and violated the 14th Amendment.
NASCAR fans are remembering the life of Kyle Busch, who died suddenly yesterday at the age of 41. 911 tapes reveal he was coughing up blood before being hospitalized. ABC's Alex Stone says he had been scheduled to race this weekend.
At the Coca-Cola 600, the cars have stickers honoring Busch. Many of them will over the weekend. The Indy 500, they're going to be honoring him. He won the Brickyard 400 in 2015 and 2016, but there are going to be remembrances on and off the track over the weekend. It's going to be quite visible. This is a big deal in the world of NASCAR. As one NASCAR racer said today, this was their Kobe Bryant who died, that he was a giant figure.
You're listening to ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Much of the eastern half of the country is bracing for some severe rain over the next few days, with alerts going up in Kentucky, Ohio, and Oklahoma. And speaking of severe weather, NOAA is now out with its latest prediction for the upcoming hurricane season.
Two words dominate the approaching tropical storm season: El Nino.
El Ninos bring a lot of wind shear to the Caribbean and to the western part of the Atlantic Basin.
Federal forecaster Matt Rosencrantz.
So the storms that kind of move out of the deep tropics will run into that wind shear and they get torn apart.
The result is a below-average Atlantic hurricane season, but the same El Nino could intensify storm formation in the Pacific.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, are the subject of a new release of documents and videos from the Pentagon. ABC's Jay O'Brien says UAP is the government's term for things that it can't explain.
After multiple investigations, the government has found no evidence any of these incidents are of an extraterrestrial nature, but military officials admit many remain unresolved and cannot be explained. That new tranche of files is now live on the government website, war.gov/UFO. The Pentagon says that in the month that it's been live, it's received upwards of 1 billion hits, that whole website.
Kami Rita, the man who holds the record for climbing Mount Everest the most times, is now urging the government of Nepal to limit the amount of permits it gives out to people making that climb. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
4 people tied to a Shelton medical clinic are facing Medicaid fraud charges. David Waltzer of East Haven, Aid Atala of Middlebury, Terry Shosik of Seymour, and Kimberly Chozak were all arrested on charges of larceny, health insurance fraud, and violation of license requirements. They all either owned or worked at Advanced Pain and Regenerative Medical Solution Corporation in Shelton. The State Division of Criminal Justice claims the group submitted more than 4,000 fraudulent immunotherapy service claims that paid out more than $650,000. They are all set to appear in court on May 29th and could face 40-year prison sentences if convicted. Former Hartford police officer Joseph Magnano is expected to plead not guilty to manslaughter charges. The revelation comes after attorney Patrick Tomaszewicz spoke exclusively to WFSB Channel 3. Magnano was charged earlier this month for shooting and killing 55-year-old Stephen Jones in February as he was armed with a knife during a mental health crisis. Tomaszewicz says Magnano's defense team believes he gave Jones plenty of opportunities to drop the knife, but was left with no choice but to shoot him, and the Hartford Police Union is backing Magnano in the case. It has drawn national attention, with civil rights attorney Ben Crump representing Jones' family. The Department of Transportation is saying a broken wheel caused a train derailment in Mansfield. The 41-car train carrying liquefied petroleum gas derailed in Mansfield in February near Route 32. Authorities said 13 cars became detached, 10 of them derailed, and some of them rolled onto their sides and landed in the Willimantic River. The report says the rim on the wheel of one of the cars was breaking and dropped low on one of the curves, offsetting the train. The derailment cost about $1.1 million in equipment damage and $300,000 in structure damage. And 3 new names have been added to the Connecticut Law Enforcement Memorial in Meriden. New London Police Sergeant Frank Linehan, who died in 1950. FBI Special Agent Donald Kleber, who died in 2024 from exposure to ground zero after the 9/11 attack. And Yale officer Gregory Swantek, who died on the job in 2025, were added to the memorial Thursday. Law enforcement from around the state gathered for Thursday's ceremony at the memorial. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is the way to go. Slow ride starts in New Canaan. In New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf northbound. More volume delays coming off the connector and going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound bunched up at the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow, cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 3 hours down, 1 to go. It's the magical 5 o'clock hour, the fourth big hour of our 4-hour get-together every Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and, of course, online, voiceofct.com. We opened the show today, and we've kind of carried this theme throughout the program today. If you're just joining us, CEO pay. I've never cared because I figure, well, if the board of directors of a country is putting a CEO search through its paces, they're going to come to an agreement. They're going to hire somebody, and that guy or that gal is either going to be good, meds or no good. And the reason we're talking about this today is apparently in full campaign mode. Governor Ned Lamont reacting to that request we talked about yesterday, another 11% of a rate increase for the folks at Eversource. They said they haven't done anything since 2017, about 8 or 9 years. So let's have a little rate increase here, and we can just pay for the vegetation stabilization, the capital improvements, got to fix the power grid and all that, which they do. This stuff costs money. So what the governor did is listen, he can be against this. I'm not saying he can't. But he is criticizing now, and he's kind of sounding like he's trying to appease the Josh Elliott wing of the Democratic Party in the state. The governor says one of the most profitable utility companies in America, whose CEO earns 94 times what the average worker does and walks away with $60 million if the company is sold, is asking Connecticut families to dig deeper to help out their bottom line. Well, he kind of got verbally corrected, shall we say, by Jamie Ratliff, a spokesperson at Eversource. She said earlier in the week that the company's request for a rate increase would not include any extra money to pay the salaries of the company's president, the CEO, or the CFO. And she said, quote, even if our CEO and other executives work free, customer bills would still be the same and energy affordability would still be a prevalent conversation in New England. Yes, that's the problem. As energy supply constraints continue to drive the largest and most volatile part of customer electric bills. So there you have it. The governor now sounding a little like Josh Elliott. And in fact, Josh Elliott said in reaction to this, I've never seen a message like this over the last 8 years, knock, knock, to Ned Lamont. I haven't seen a message like this in over the last 20 years of him being in public life, Elliott said. He's now trying to make himself look like an economic populist. Wow. In hockey parlance, if this was a fight, that would be a haymaker that Josh Elliott just threw, rhetorically anyway, at Ned Lamont. So the question is, and we'll keep it up all through the weekend, these questions don't ever come down. Governor Ned Lamont is criticizing the salary of Eversource's boss after a rate increase request. So I figured I would ask you, do any CEO salaries, not just this one here, but do any CEO salaries ever bother you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up, we have good news in the realm of crime victims and their rights in the process.
This spring, Melissa in the Morning is hitting the road and coming to your town. It's the return of the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Order up. Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. Local leaders, select men, and everyone that makes your town great will stop by live. Find the full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Connecticut Education Association.
Hey Yankees fans, gather a group of 10 or more and take advantage of our 2026 Yankees group ticket specials. Whether you're getting together with family and friends, organizing a fundraiser, or entertaining clients, your group will love bonding over the Bronx Bombers. Start planning your 2026 group outings today. Log on to Yankees.com/groups. Call 212-YANKEES or email us at groups@Yankees.com. That's 2026 group tickets. Call 212-YANKEES or visit Yankees.com/groups today.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is the way to go. Slow ride starts in New Canaan. In New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf northbound. More volume delays coming off the connector and going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound bunched up at the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Of course, the legislative session ended a couple of weeks ago. What was in it as far as new or updated laws concerning various criminal activity in the state, criminal justice proposal, maybe victims' rights too? Joining us right now to chat about that in the 5 o'clock hour, Quinnipiac University criminal justice teaching instructor Diane Langland-Wartz. Diane, hi, it's Paul here at WICC. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for offering the time today, Diane. We appreciate it. So, in the landscape of victims' rights, criminal justice, all the different things that we talk about all year in Connecticut, what are some things that you think my listeners should know regarding where we're going now that the legislative session is kind of toned down here? What made news?
Well, the thing that I think that is most important for crime victims and survivors is Public Act 26130. There's a section in that Public Act, Section 9, which makes some significant changes to establish greater uniformity across the state by strengthening accountability for victim notification and ensuring that victims are given a meaningful opportunity to address the court at critical stages of the criminal justice process. Namely, victims of crimes have historically been notified when plea agreements are happening and at the time of sentencing, and they've had the opportunity to make statements to the court at those times. And now that's been expanded so that victims have the right to be notified and provide input concerning dismissals and nollies.
So previous to this time, Diane, if a case was going to get nollied or dismissed, are you saying, and we to understand that maybe victims or their families or whatever, or business owners who were tagged here, they weren't told about this at all, or was there a minimum sort of standard or not?
They did not have to be told at all. What's interesting about that is it really sort of depended on what jurisdiction one was in, who the prosecutor happened to be, whether the victim was notified or not. Some prosecutors, as a matter of courtesy, would reach out and let victims know, and others didn't seem to think that that was necessary. So now we have uniformity. Now this is law. Now the prosecutors have to be letting victims know. They have to notify them, and they have to let the court know that they notified the victims. I should point out that this doesn't apply to victims of every single crime, but it does apply to victims of sexual crimes and family violence crimes.
And what you just said, Diane, about the inconsistency, I guess would be the word as far as individual prosecutors. I mean, me, the common person here, and my listeners, they must hear that and are kind of, I don't know, shocked, disappointing that there would be kind of this leeway previously that now we've attempted to close here at least.
And they should be shocked.
Yeah.
And I think what happens is that most people didn't realize that this gap existed unless they were in a situation where they were the victim of a crime and they found out after the fact that a case got nollied or dismissed.
And that is interesting because I can imagine, Diane, the shock, the stress, the emotional toll that some of these crimes put on people, and then to be kept in the dark about this, at least by some of the prosecutors and attorneys that you mentioned, thankfully not all of them, but to have been kept in the dark about this, I mean, it must have been, I can only imagine, we've had some violent crime hit my family, so I know what it's like. It had to be almost like a gut punch thing to some of these people, I would think.
I absolutely agree. And I can tell you from personal experience that my family, too, has been impacted by violent crime. And that's exactly why this change came about. I've worked in the field of victims' rights for over 25 years. My husband's been in the field even longer. And we knew that there were gaps in services, but it wasn't until violent crime touched our family that we realized that we really needed to make a real and meaningful change. And so a few years ago, we sat down with the laws in front of us and a red pen in hand and started writing out the changes that we wanted to see happen. And we were able to finally bring them to the legislature and get this change made. It's a step in the right direction. I think that there are still, there's a long way to go, but I'm pleased to see that our legislature is in a place right now where they really are balancing, looking at changes that will benefit offenders and hopefully strengthen their ability to reform. And they're balancing that with looking at the rights of victims and survivors and their families, so that we can strike a balance. That's what our criminal justice system really should be. It should be about balance and accountability.
Yeah. Finally, Diane, what do you think still has to be done? You just said a couple of seconds ago we're getting better. Give me 1 or 2 points in about the minute we have left as to what you want to push maybe for the next legislative session.
I would like to see stronger laws in effect for restorative justice, specifically for juvenile offenders. I think that juvenile offenders, most of them have a great potential for healing and accountability. But I think we need to have stronger laws in place prior to their cases being adjudicated, so that we make sure we're getting the proper services for them. And if we're doing that, I think that victims will feel safer. Victims want to feel safe, they want to be heard, and they want to know what's going to happen next. And I think that if we can strengthen laws around those three things, that will be a huge step in the right direction as well.
Diane Langland-Wartz, Quinnipiac University criminal justice teaching instructor on some good things that have happened and hopefully more to come as far as victims' rights and criminality in the state. Diane, thank you. We appreciate the time. Take care, and I'm sure we'll check in down the road. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul.
All right, there you go, and you'll be able to hear that and maybe share that with family members who've been touched by crime. So good stuff done, but still, as she said, still some good stuff to come.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is the way to go. Slow ride starts in New Canaan. In New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf northbound. More volume delays coming off the connector and going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound bunched up at the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Nash Krause, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
The end of the first month of concert season is rapidly approaching, but we're just getting started. Thursday, May 28th, a great pair of shows to pick from. Lou Gramm at the Stanford Center for the Arts or Khalid at the Hartford Healthcare Amp in Bridgeport. Friday, May 29th, 5 Seconds of Summer go to Mohegan Sun. Saturday, the 30th, Air Supply plays Mohegan Sun as well. Kicking off June with Jason Mraz at Foxwoods Casino on June 5th. Saturday, June 6th, it's Machine Gun Kelly at Meadows Music Theater. Tuesday, June 9th, Devo is at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Saturday, June 13th, see John Waite at the Wolf Den. Monday, June 22nd, another awesome pair of shows. James Taylor serenades the Amp in Bridgeport, and Post Malone with Jelly Roll come to Rentschler Field in Hartford.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Dutchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Dutchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code Champion25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code Champion25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code Champion25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, thanks once again. Big thank you to Diane Langland-Wartz, Quinnipiac University criminal justice teaching instructor, giving us some good news. Finally, with still some places to go here regarding victims' rights. And it's amazing. I mean, for example, that fact that she brought up, that in certain kinds of cases, there was no requirement if a case, for example, was nollied or plea bargained, something a victim or a victim's family would want to know. And yet it's amazing. And we've had other guests on this as well. I mean, don't victims' families and loved ones have a right to know as to what's going on with a case? Now, I know what some people would say, well, we don't want to stigmatize the government. Well, look. If something happened to a point where it has gone to a public forum, trials are public. Courthouse records are public. You can call a courthouse anytime you'd like and get a decision as to what's going on. I used to do it in newsrooms all the time. Now, maybe some of the twisted logic here previously was, well, the families can always call. But no, the state, and I'm glad this is happening, the state should go the step further and make sure they're at least, and by what Diane said here, I guess this is going to happen more, at least show the common courtesy of telling a family, hey, we thought you should know the following.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The Department of Justice is now facing 3 federal lawsuits over its anti-weaponization fund, a $1.8 billion pot of money aimed at paying out people who claim to have been victimized by the government. This afternoon, the Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington asked a federal judge to halt the creation of the fund, calling it a taxpayer-funded giveaway to the president's allies. ABC's Selena Wang says Republicans are pushing back as well.
We have seen time and time again that Republicans have been refusing to defy the president even when they're uncomfortable with something he wants. But so many of them see this, quote, anti-weaponization fund as simply just a bridge too far. They see it as politically toxic, something that could undermine their majority come November.
And Tulsi Gabbard has announced she's stepping down as the Director of National Intelligence, saying she wants to be there for her husband, who was just diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer. This is ABC News.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport man has been found guilty of 9 charges for posing as a delivery driver. A jury handed down a guilty verdict on Tuesday for 30-year-old Shane Gordon, and sentencing is set for August 26th. Prosecutors say Gordon and another man pretended to be Amazon delivery drivers, carrying a package to a resident's front door and then forced their way into the home, duct taping the victim and ransacking the property. A jury found Gordon guilty of home invasion, robbery, kidnapping, assault, larceny, and theft of a firearm, among other charges. He failed to appear for the verdict and will be held on bond once he is apprehended before sentencing. Officials in Connecticut say the unemployment rate is up 0.2% to 5%. The Department of Labor says despite the percentage increase, the state added an estimated 5,700 jobs last month, bringing the payrolls to an all-time high of 1.725 million jobs. The sectors reporting the highest job growth were professional and business services, manufacturing, trade, transportation and utilities, and leisure and hospitality. The three sectors that saw the most decline were information, financial activities, and government. The latest rate reflects new graduates entering the workforce for the first time who identify themselves as, quote, looking for work. Governor Ned Lamont is considering opting in to a federal scholarship tax credit program. The plan is part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and allows individuals to donate up to $1,700 to a scholarship granting organization and receive the money back as a federal tax credit. Many Republican-led states have opted in, with Colorado as an early exception, and New York has signaled in early May that they are planning to join. Lamont says he thinks it's premature to commit to the plan. He says he is expecting more information about the program to be released in January. The University of Connecticut is planning to reduce the number of graduate teaching positions next year. The university says financial pressure is the main cause of the job cuts. Faculty members say the cuts pose a serious threat to the graduate research mission and quality of undergraduate education. They are asking the administration to restore the graduate teaching assistant funding to 2024 levels in a letter signed by 77 faculty members. Connecticut is seeing some of the highest levels of emergency room visits for tick bites. According to the CDC, these are the highest levels for this time of year since 2017. Connecticut is part of a 14-state high-risk region that accounts for roughly 90% of all confirmed Lyme disease cases in the U.S., with a couple thousand human cases reported every year. Doctors recommend residents to check for ticks regularly by checking clothes, taking a shower, and examining the whole body right away. Former Republican gubernatorial candidate and New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart could face possible legal scrutiny following an investigation into her use of a city-issued credit card that allegedly uncovered thousands in questionable spending over several years during her tenure in office from 2013 through 2025. Stewart has denied intentional wrongdoing and says she plans to reimburse the city for any improper charges, but former state's attorney Chris Morano told WFSB Channel 3 that repayment alone may not be enough to avoid further action.
In the amount that we're talking about here, I don't think that's going to be enough for law enforcement to say, okay, we're done. If there is evidence to show that she had noticed that she should not behave this way and continued to do so, that will be a very, very destructive piece of evidence for her in showing intent.
Stewart was the front-runner for the Republican nomination for governor before the credit card case became public. Travelers at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport now have another parking option. The airport is now providing a free ADA shuttle to and from the Long Wharf Garage on most days. The garage is about a 10-minute drive from the airport, and parking fees there are $17 per day. Connecticut drivers are facing higher gas prices heading into the Memorial Day weekend. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Thursday was $4.64. That marks a 1 cent increase over the past week and a 60-cent jump in the past month. Connecticut State Police and the Connecticut Department of Transportation are urging drivers to be safe on the road during Memorial Day weekend. AAA expects 39.1 million people to travel by car this weekend. Connecticut State Police say drivers should see a heavy police presence in high crash areas, including the I-91 to I-95 interchange. Governor Ned Lamont announced that he is directing U.S. and state flags in Connecticut lowered to half staff from sunrise until noon on Monday, May 25th, in observance of Memorial Day, to honor and mourn all military personnel who have died while serving the U.S. Armed Forces. As is customary and unique for this holiday, flags are lowered in the morning and then raised to full staff promptly at noon, where they remain for the remainder of the day. Governor Lamont also announced that the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge, which carries I-95 across the Quinnipiac River in New Haven, and the parking structure at the Stamford Transportation Center will be illuminated in red, white, and blue lights each night this holiday weekend. And it is the weekend for Memorial Day parades. Orange's parade will be held Sunday at 10:30, and Milford's will also be Sunday at 2. On Monday, the Derby Shelton parade kicks off at 9, as does Westport's parade. Fairfield's parade begins at 10. Also at 10 is Norwalk's parade, and Stratford's parade begins at 12:15. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is the easier ride. Heavy congestion starts at Route 7 in Norwalk. And getting into New Haven on 95 north, heavy falling delays from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. Well, over across north to southbound, plenty of company going through the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we've got about 21 minutes and change remaining here in a busy week. If you'd like to chat it up, you certainly can at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again today because we're hearing it in the news all day. And now the president saying, well, you know, maybe that victims fund there, the $2 billion fund to pay those who were targeted by the government. That really wasn't my idea, or I didn't have that much to do with it. This is just, Mr. Trump, sir, Mr. President, with all due respect, keep your mouth shut on this one. This is, and again, I gotta say, good for the House Republicans, good for the Senate Republicans who are saying no to this. No. I mean, you've got Democrats still spinning from all this redistricting stuff and saying, hey, we might hold the House here and we may win the Senate if it comes down to some of these nutcases that the other side, including this Graham Platt. By the way, did you see the new stuff they found about Graham Plattner in Maine? Oh, and this guy's better than Susan Collins? Come on, Maud. You got to be killing me with this. But having said that, $2 billion to help people wronged by the government, come on, stop. Stop. You want a hand? Now, maybe if you're if you're a progressive or you want to see the Republicans get thumped in November, you're probably going to sit here saying, yeah, go ahead, do that. Put that $2 billion fund through because, man, we can make some hay with that. So, again, good on jeez. Good on the Republicans in the House and in the Senate who are saying no to this. See, they realize and it's exactly what I'm saying. What I've said with all due respect to Mr. Trump. They realize now that, and I don't think it's going to happen for about a year, but I think they realize in the case of political expediency, they realize that the Republicans do on the Hill. They realize that if they lose one or both houses of Congress in the November midterms, that a lame duck Donald Trump is not going to be, in their minds, easy to get along with, which, again, is why I keep telling you, I don't think he finishes out the 4 years. And I'm not saying because of anything physical. I'm not, although it could be. But if he gets smacked back, as it looks like he's going to, on this victims fund or whatever they're calling it, and they're going to bail out people who were at the Capitol on January 6th, what power is he going to have left? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, when I saw this a few days ago, right? Didn't you have the same kind of reaction that I did? I saw victims fund, and first I saw $2 billion, and then because of America 250, they were going to go $1.776 billion to be patriotic about it. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, man. This is why I love this job, because it changes just when you thought the previous day was nutsola, the day you walk in and sit down and I open up my 20 websites and take a look and coordinate guests, I ever say, oh, I thought yesterday was bad. Today is even better. Let's do a little business, traffic and weather together, go over a couple of big stories as we tone it down here on a Friday on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is the easier ride. Heavy congestion starts at Route 7 in Norwalk. And getting into New Haven on 95 north, heavy volume delays from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. Well, across north to southbound, plenty of company going through the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and overnight, the mid to upper 40s. Rain by midday tomorrow. Cool with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday rain with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Connecticut Mirror just posted a story a little while ago. Oh, boy. Uncle Ned, William Tong, the Attorney General, they're not going to be happy. ICE officers appear to be wearing masks while making arrests in Connecticut. Good. Is that legal? I don't know. Go to the Supreme Court and find out. The encounters took place just weeks after Governor Ned Lamont signed into law a bill that prohibits immigration officers from wearing masks. All right. They just, hey, Governor, with all due respect, Mr. Tong, they just flipped you the bird. Well, and if it's not right, let's send it to the courts and see what they say. Got a text here from somebody who's been texting me today. Thank you so much about the CEO pay. Paul, are you also suggesting the salaries for their CEO, this is EverSource, comes from a different pile of money than the money to pay works to cut trees? No, it's obviously the same pile of money. But again, even the company itself. Now, again, this is spokesperson for the country, for the company. But even she said, it's got nothing to do. This money has nothing to do. And look, I'm going to take him on face value. This money has nothing to do with the CEO pay of the CFO or whatever. The company is worth $27 billion. So do the math. I mean, $13.5 million, and who knows, the CFO and everybody else, they probably get decent money as well. I mean, you think Aaron Boone's salary is paid for by the ticket revenue and the revenue from advertising and promotions the Yankees get? Yeah. Now, I know what some people say. Well, you have a choice to go to a Yankee game or not. There's no choice for electric companies, and I get that. By the way, speaking of that, somebody asked me, hey, Paul, I'm from North Haven. I wonder what we would have to do as a town to get Wallingford Electric to service us. UI right out the front door. Well, listen, I don't know. You'd have to get together with Mayor Cervoni in Wallingford there and my buddy Mayor Mike Frieda in North Haven. Call Vinny Cervoni and Mike Frieda. Tell them I sent you. And see what they say. Yeah. And Wallingford Electric actually does at least one more municipality. Wallingford Electric does Northford, like North Brantford. So, because I have a family friend who lives, I said, wait a minute, you're in Northford. She goes, yeah, but hallelujah, I'm on Wallingford Electric. So there you go. Bob in Weston is here. Bob, how are you? What's up?
Hi, Paul. Just want to wish you a happy holiday. And,
Bob, sorry, man. You're breaking up there. Little digital breakup. Yes. Bob, give me a call back when you get a moment, if you'd like to. By the way, did you see the video of the fight between families at the Gateway Community College graduation in Bridgeport? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you see this video? It was at the AMP. People swing. What is the matter with people? What is wrong with people? Keep your mouth shut, sit down, honor the people who were there, and act like humans. Yeah, it's all over the place. It was at the about 6:15 p.m. Bridgeport police say they found two unrelated families in a physical altercation at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Thursday afternoon. Nothing says graduation, good luck in the world, than a family fight. Bob, I think you're back. What's up?
hey, Paul, just wanted to wish you a happy holiday.
Thank you, sir.
And say hello. And two things.
Yeah.
One, the chairman and the owner, the founder of Starbucks.
Yeah.
Look at all the people he hires.
Yeah. Yes.
He hires a lot of the unhireable of the world, and they demonize them.
Billionaires,
and,
billionaires.
He's a billionaire.
Billionaires, and Bob, thank you for the call. Thank you for the kind words. Billionaires hire people. How many employees do you think Amazon, how many thousands of employees, does Elon Musk pay? Between Tesla and the Boring Company and Neuralink and SpaceX. There's another big SpaceX test tonight. Oh, my God, these people. As my mother used to say, mod on, you got me right here. She used to use the pinched finger thing where you pound your forehead right between your eyebrows? Right here, Mom used to say. Just one more thing before we wrap it up here, and I want to play something a little special if time allows. How about this? This was a story from the Kaiser Family Foundation, Health News, picked up by the Connecticut News Junkie. Eroding enrollment in the Affordable Care Act portends higher insurance rates. I told you when this thing was passed in 2012, Harry Reid, hardly a conservative, said this is not made to survive. It can't. He made those comments on Nevada Public TV. He goes, it's step one toward national health care or an expansion of Medicare. Let's try that. I tell you what, we're going to break early here because I have a special little thing I want to play as later on tonight. All the fine folks at CBS Radio News are going to be, well, at least some of them. Some have already tacked on somewhere, but it's the last few hours for a legendary network in radio broadcasting and a little ode to CBS Radio News coming up right here on WICC, 600 AM and 95.9 FM and online, voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is the easier ride. Heavy congestion starts at Route 7 in Norwalk. And getting into New Haven on 95 north, heavy volume delays from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. Well, across north to southbound, plenty of company going through the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A wet weekend on the way. Cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. Rain by midday tomorrow through the afternoon with a high in the upper 50s. Sunday, more rain with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out KJTreeService.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Attention students in grades 6 through 12. 100 Black Men of Stamford Inc.'s STEM Fest is happening Saturday, May 30th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the 203 Art Space at Stamford Town Center. Students can compete in games, win prizes, explore, learn, dive into AI, robotics, drones, 3D printing, and more. Enjoy hands-on activities, network with mentors, and discover internship opportunities in STEM fields. Don't miss this free fun event. For more info, visit 100bmos.com. That's 100bmos.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And before the clock strikes midnight tonight into Saturday morning, it'll be it for CBS Radio News. You know by now, you've heard we're now an ABC Radio News affiliate. Listen, fine network there. All the networks are great. But having said that, guys like me and gals who I work with have been in this business for, something on the order of 40 years. A lot of us grew up listening to CBS Radio News. Hard to believe that they will, within a few hours, be no more.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan.
The voices of Steve Kathan and Deborah Rodriguez.
New Iranian attacks
are familiar for millions of listeners. Part of the CBS News radio team that's on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I've always thought that it's so important to get a thorough message out to listeners.
It's an American institution. I mean, it's a place where broadcast journalism was born.
For more than 15 years, Kathan has anchored the World News Roundup, the longest-running network newscast in history.
Just that sort of linkage makes you want to lift your game up.
The first roundup aired in 1938.
This is Bob Trout speaking to you from New York, opening Columbia's shortwave transatlantic program.
And through World War II, CBS News Radio, led by Edward R. Murrow, became vital for the nation.
Hello, America. This is Edward Murrow speaking from London.
There were more German planes over the coast of Britain today than at any time since the war began.
You didn't work for Murrow if you couldn't write well.
Former CBS News anchor Dan Rather grew up listening to those broadcasts.
CBS Radio should be remembered for becoming a national institution. Very important to the development of news other than newspapers.
We're out there covering the war in Iran right now. What's going on there? What's happening in the Strait of Hormuz?
Dustin Gervais manages CBS News Radio today. We went to the old newsroom where Walter Cronkite once anchored.
This wall was the map that was behind Walter Cronkite when he was doing broadcasts.
And radio correspondents use typewriters and reel-to-reel tape to report history.
This morning, divers taken to the scene by another mini-submarine.
What we do here at CBS has continued from when we started in the 20s to today.
A couple of presidential inaugurations along the way.
People visits. I remember doing a bunch of those.
For journalists who've covered it all, their own sign-off is a defining moment.
I think the heart and soul of an era in news telling is going to be lost.
When you think about people who have done it previously and the history behind it all, it's been a real honor.
The voices delivering the news.
I'm Peter King.
I'm Wendy Gillette. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Leaving their own legacy.
I'm Allison Keyes.
I'm Christopher Cruz.
I'm Cammie McCormick. I'm Stacy Lynn.
I'm Michael Wallace.
I'm Linda Kenyon.
This is CBS News.
Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
Man, I just wanted to play that, and because we have a connection here, CBS affiliate, now we're with ABC, and on behalf of the program here, I did reach out to people like people you heard, not just at the top and bottom of the hour here on the program, but people like the correspondents we used, Aaron Navarro, Linda Kenyon, Thane Rosenbaum, just to give them a big thank you for doing that. And it always sucks. Listen, we're kind of a big brotherhood and sisterhood in this business. Now, remember when the word came down about 2 months ago, and I'm seeing this on all my professional stuff that I subscribe to, CBS Radio News shutting down. What? But, they say the times they are a-changing, and, the TV division is still there, and Barry Weiss, who was hired by CBS to look over the entirety of CBS News, just decided that they wanted to move on from radio. But gosh darn it, we're going to be here with ABC and until they make us turn the lights off. But kudos to the friends, and I do have some people working behind the scenes for CBS News. So bon voyage. You'll land up somewhere. Chris, thank you. We're back on Tuesday.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. An explosion at a shipyard in Staten Island, New York, has sent 16 people to the hospital. It is unclear at this point what caused the blast. Tulsi Gabbard will step down at the end of June as Director of National Intelligence. In a statement, she says she'd like to spend more time with her husband as he deals with a bone cancer diagnosis. President Trump overseeing the swearing in of Kevin Warsh as the new Federal Reserve Chairman this afternoon.
Thankfully, unlike some of his predecessors, Kevin understands that when the economy is booming, that's a good thing. We don't have to go crazy. Just let it boom. We want it to boom.
Trump often clashed with the previous Fed chair, Jerome Powell, over lowering interest rates. A third federal lawsuit was lodged today against the Department of Justice over its $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
This is a fund that would reward the president's allies. It could even compensate rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and attacked police officers. So some strong statements coming from Republican members of Congress, including Senator Mitch McConnell. He said, quote, "So the nation's top law enforcement official is asking for a slush fund to pay people who assault cops. Utterly stupid, morally wrong. Take your pick."
There are new details about the death of NASCAR champion Kyle Busch.
2 weeks ago, he was heard on the radio, on the racing radio, calling for a doctor during a race in New York. And race announcers said it was a sinus infection, but then at the GM Training Center this week, he became ill. And just reading from the 911 call, the caller saying, "I have an individual that's shortness of breath, very hot. He's about to pass out. He's producing a little bit of blood, and coughing up some of that blood. And the ambulance came at that point. He went to the hospital, his family saying it was a serious illness, and then he died.
ABC's Alex Stone. You're listening to ABC News.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for by NHTSA.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Demonstrations in Havana, Cuba today over the DOJ's decision to charge Raul Castro in the 1996 downing of 2 planes that were carrying humanitarian aid to Cuba.
There were not a lot of people who were really in favor of either government. You know, you had a lot of people who blamed the Cuban government that we spoke to, who were not happy with the way things were, who very clearly faulted the Cuban government, but they also faulted the United States government and the ongoing blockade there. And I think what you end up getting when you're talking about Cubans on the island, I can tell you most of them are not super happy. Living free is going to be a matter of interpretation depending on which government you're talking to, but I can tell you they are suffering on a daily basis.
ABC's Matt Rivers. The World Health Organization is now warning that Ebola is spreading rapidly across the Democratic Republic of Congo, upgrading the national risk level in that country to very high. Dr. Kent Brantley was the first American to become infected with Ebola during the last 2014 outbreak.
Ebola is a very fear-invoking illness. You're isolated. You lose control of your bodily functions with high fever and fatigue and nausea and the rash and the bleeding symptoms. It's